Hi everyone, I know you are listening to this to help you sleep, so before we begin, I want to know where you are listening from and what time it is for you. Also, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Let's go straight into the story. An American student named Mariela Bella Valadez planned to just have fun at a popular nightclub. There, she unexpectedly met a man who wanted to be a rapper. He was interested in her and suggested they continue their night somewhere more private. But this new person was already in a relationship, and a complicated one. He was part of a very unusual love triangle, and the other people in it did not like the sudden arrival of the young beauty. Her naive trust cost the young woman her life. But the case was far from simple. It involved wild jealousy, the desire to hold on to fading youth, cult practices, and even an international search for criminals on the run. Still, thanks to huge efforts by the investigators, they were able to find everyone involved in the crime and figure out what each person did. What is known about Maricela? Maricela Botella Valadez was born in 1997 in Seattle, the biggest city in Washington state. She was the oldest of two children in a family of Latin American background. Raised with her younger brother, people saw her as a sweet, friendly young woman who always had lots of friends. She did well in school, and after graduating, went to a top university. Also, Maricela was seen as truly beautiful. Petite, slim, a brunette with big brown eyes, thick hair, and a perfect figure. She always had many admirers, loved being the center of attention, enjoyed lively parties where she could have a good time, and valued each day. On Saturday, October 3rd, 2020, the student flew to Dallas to see old friends. But by Monday morning, she planned to return. Her brother was supposed to meet her at the airport on October 5th, and then they would go to the university together. The plane arrived without her. The search for the missing student. After all the passengers from the Dallas flight had left the airport, her brother saw Maricela wasn't there. Worried, the young man tried to call his sister, but her phone was off. He then called their parents to tell them. Since Maricela was a serious and responsible person, it was very unlike her to vanish without warning and miss her university classes. Family began calling her friends in Dallas, trying to learn where she might be and where she was last seen. They found out that the night before, she had been at one of the city's most popular clubs, where she met a black man named Chuck. The pair danced, had fun, and drank alcohol, after which they left together. Maricela was not seen again, and her phone did not answer. This information really worried and scared her parents, so they quickly decided to report her missing to the police. It turned out the young woman had bought a ticket for a flight to Seattle, but for some reason never got on the plane. No one had seen her since that night, and no one knew where she could be. They needed to find out who Maricela's new acquaintance was, where they went, and if she went with him willingly. Looking at video from security cameras around the club, police saw the missing student leaving with a young man whose face wasn't clear. In the video, she seemed to be walking with him on her own. The pair got into a black Audi car and drove off to an unknown place. The mysterious new friend. Several days had passed since 23-year-old Bella Valadez disappeared, and she still hadn't contacted anyone, logged into social media, or used her bank cards. Police needed to identify the stranger she left with quickly to know where to look. One of her missing friends said her companion might be named Chuck, but that wasn't enough. Soon, using street camera footage, they figured out which way the car went. Also, they learned the pair stopped at a supermarket, where they were also on camera. She had been married 3 times, and after becoming a widow a few years ago, she got a large inheritance. She didn't need money, so there was no reason for her to rent a room to some guy. Lisa wasn't known for charity, meaning she probably had another reason for it. The young black man named Charles, or just Chuck Beltran, dreamed of making it in music to build a rap career, but he didn't have money or connections, and his criminal past got in the way. But about a year ago, he met Dyke, who let him move into her house, helped set up a small recording studio there, and even paid for several music videos for the aspiring rapper. What's more, she bought him a car, paid for his fun and trendy clothes, while saying their relationship was just business, and she saw great potential in this talented young man. The money she spent on him was an investment. The situation with Nina Morano was even more interesting. She and Lisa had been in a close relationship for a long time, and after Dyke became a widow, she stopped hiding her affair with her lover. Also, several months ago, the women made their union official by getting married. Nina moved into her wife's house, where Charles was already staying. According to a close friend of Lisa's, she was in a physical relationship with the young musician, even though she strongly denied it. She secretly told this friend how wonderful a lover he was. It seems she was in love with him, because after their relationship started, Dyke tried very hard to look younger. She lost 55 pounds, changed her style, began wearing bright makeup, and even got several colorful tattoos. Most importantly, she made her own children leave the home, who she felt were old enough, and got in the way of her personal life. Clearly, Chuck also had a strong interest in living with a wealthy, though older, lover, as she solved all his money problems and helped his music career. However, he was a good-looking, fit man, so women noticed him. He often had brief flings with young women, which made Lisa crazy with jealousy. But what part did Nina Morano play in this whole story, and specifically in Maricella's disappearance? According to that same close friend, Lisa's wife was part of this strange love triangle, and was the only woman with whom Dyke not only allowed her young lover to sleep, but even encouraged it. Nina was also a successful lawyer and a very rich woman. So this trio lived for pleasure, holding nothing back. Interestingly, after their wedding, both women took the young man's last name. So the house was occupied by Charles, Lisa, and Nina Beltran. Where did the people from the house? It was found that since the student's disappearance, no one had been seen at the house where her blood was found. Lisa was only contacted once. She answered a few questions, said she was in another state, and after that, her phone stopped answering. Nothing was known about what happened to Nina or the main suspect, Charles. By tracking cell phone signals, they learned that on the night of October 5th, all three people living there, as well as the missing Maricela, were in the house. By early morning, their phone signals had moved to a wooded, fairly empty area on the outskirts of Dallas. Then, the signals vanished. A few days later, Lisa only responded from her second work phone, which also later became unreachable. The damage remained. Using location data from the phones, the route the group took that night was mapped, and the stops they made were found. It was thought that somewhere in this area they might have gotten rid of the missing student's body. This gave a large area to search, but the land was huge and hard to get through, so things moved slowly. Despite trying, closer to the new year, the search was stopped because neither the body nor any clues were found. However, in March 2021, a local hunter walking in the woods found a human skull that looked fairly new. He quickly told the police, and the remains were soon taken to a lab for tests. Dental records confirmed the body belonged to the Seattle student who had been missing for almost half a year. But the advanced decomposition and damage from wild animals made it impossible to know exactly how she died. Notably, several specific marks on the bones suggested knife wounds, but it wasn't clear if these were what killed her. The arrest of the first suspects. Soon after the grim find in the forest, authorities managed to find Lisa, who had moved to Florida with Nina and rented a house by the ocean in Miami. Unfortunately, only Nina could be caught, while her wife, learning about the situation, quickly went into hiding. There was no sign of Charles, although he sometimes talked with old girlfriends through messaging apps. In her last messages, Dyke mentioned the young woman's body had been found and warned everyone to be very careful because the police were following them. Nina, now in jail, refused to give any information, saying she knew nothing about what happened to Maricela. Meanwhile, Lisa, using all her contacts, tried to hire a good lawyer for her wife. It also came out that while in Florida, Nina had put her house in South Carolina up for sale, trying to sell it very fast. It was likely the women needed the money to keep hiding or to leave the country entirely. A month later, authorities successfully found and arrested Lisa, after which both women were taken back to Texas. Early questioning gave no results, and bail was set at $500,000 for each suspect. I managed to pay the large amount and were released to house arrest. However, the women were given tracking bracelets so their location could be watched. A bold escape attempt. In August of the same year, police tracked Charles to Utah, hiding at the home of one of his ex-girlfriends. The woman, who was raising a 5-year-old son fathered by Beltran, was so happy the child's father had come back to her that she didn't ask why he suddenly decided to return. The arrested man at first refused to talk or help the police. He still hoped his rich lover, using her money and connections, would hire a good lawyer for him and help him avoid prison. But soon the situation changed completely. On Christmas Eve, December 2021, the tracking bracelets worn by Lisa and Nina, who were out on bail, suddenly stopped sending a signal. Due to holiday chaos and high activity, it took until the next day to send officers to their location. But by then, the suspects were gone. It soon turned out they had been carefully planning their escape for months, and by the time the police went after them, they had already illegally crossed the border into Mexico. From there, they flew to South Korea, and their trail was lost in Cambodia. The FBI was once again involved in the investigation, working with Cambodian police and immigration to find the runaway suspects. The women came under law enforcement's notice after taking out a large amount of money from an ATM. They tried to pay in cash everywhere to avoid showing where they were. ATM cameras helped identify the runaways, and another camera on a nearby building caught the license plate number of the car they arrived in. This information led to the car's owner, who took police to the house rented by the extravagant foreigner. The women were arrested again and sent back to the U.S. in February 2022, where they would face justice. This time, bail was denied, and they were sent straight to jail. Charles's honest confessions. By then, Chuck had fully realized his lover was not going to save him from prison, and was only worried about herself, leading him to want to cooperate with the investigation and start giving information. His story of what happened that terrible night horrified many. Beltran confessed he had been in a physical relationship with the homeowner, Lisa, and her wife, Nina. According to him, he did these relationships for money and the chance to move his music career forward. He had no warm feelings for these women and often had affairs with young, attractive women, which he never hid. While Nina didn't care about his actions, Lisa sometimes became wildly jealous. On the fatal night of October 5th, 2020, Chuck met a young student named Maricela at a nightclub. The beautiful, slender girl immediately got his attention, and it seemed he got hers too. After spending several hours drinking cocktails and dancing, he invited her over, and she agreed. When they got to his place late at night, Nina and Lisa were already asleep, so Charles easily took the girl to his room. There, the couple were intimate and later fell asleep. According to the suspect, in the middle of the night, Lisa entered his room and, seeing the young beauty asleep next to him, flew into a jealous rage. She went to the kitchen to get a large knife, then returned and jumped onto Maricela, stabbing her many times. Charles claimed he was awakened by the noise and was confused at first, still somewhat drunk. When he finally turned on the light, he saw a horrible scene. Maricela's body had slid to the floor next to the bed, where she had bled to death. At that moment, Nina entered the room. They just stood there for a few minutes, and nobody tried to help the victim. When Chuck got his thoughts together, he realized the crime might be blamed on him, since he had a criminal record, and his powerful lovers could escape punishment. That's why, he said, he agreed to help get rid of the body and cover up the crime. Charles stayed with friends for several days, and when he returned to get his things, he noticed the blood stains on the floor and carpet were nearly gone. Lisa told him that she and Nina had taken care of everything and destroyed the evidence of the crime. Still, all three decided it was best to leave town for a while and watch from a distance what would happen next. Lisa Dyke Beltran's version. Lisa's lawyer insisted his client had no reason to attack the girl and take her life. She claimed her relationship with Chuck was only business, and she saw his promising music career as a good investment. Who he slept with or flirted with never concerned her. As a key point, the defender noted that Dyke had recently gotten married and was happy with Morano. However, no one could explain why, after their wedding, the women suddenly decided to take the last name of the young lodger, who, according to them, meant nothing to them. At the trial, Lisa claimed that Charles was hot-tempered and very cruel, and when drunk, he became a beast whom she feared. According to her, that night, he brought a new girl from the club, but after they were intimate, an argument broke out and Chuck, in a fit of rage, grabbed a knife. She and Nina ran to the noise and tried to separate the couple, but it was too late. Maricela was dead, They helped dispose of the body and clean up the scene under the threat of becoming his next victims. Witness testimony. Lisa's friend who spoke in court claimed that Lisa was literally obsessed with Chuck and had repeatedly confessed to her an uncontrollable desire to get rid of any girl who got close to her young lover. Clearly, she was unable to control her emotions that night. Also, the witness mentioned the strange statue of Sana Muerte at her friend's house. She remembered being surprised by the makeshift altar during a visit, but the homeowner jokingly claimed she was into black magic and knew how to cast a spell to make sure a man could only have eyes for her. However, it seems the ritual failed, and the woman turned to using a knife instead. Another witness, a real estate agent the women contacted soon after the incident, testified that they were eager to sell several properties they owned as quickly as possible. They also wanted to sell their Dallas home, but since it was the place where the crime supposedly happened, they could not while the investigation was still going. The situation got worse when the missing girl's remains were found, after which Lisa and Nina were ready to sell the property for half price, just to get money fast. Trial and sentences. The court considered Charles's full confession and his help with the investigation. However, things got worse for the runaways after they tried to escape to another continent. In March 2023, Lisa Dyke Beltran was found guilty of the brutal crime against 23-year-old Maricela, hiding evidence and trying to run away. She was sentenced to life in prison without any chance of parole. As for Charles Beltran and Nina Morano, they fully admitted their guilt and agreed to cooperate with the investigation. They were only found guilty of hiding evidence. Nina was sentenced to 7 years in prison, but could be let out in 3 years for good behavior. Charles, who had been convicted before on several occasions, was sentenced to 12 years in prison with the possibility of parole after serving 8 years. Milford is a lovely coastal city in Connecticut, United States. It is located on the Long Island Sound and offers pretty views and an active community. Covering an area of just over 25 square miles, it has more than 50,000 people. Known for its beautiful beaches, Milford draws visitors and residents who like its scenic views and waterfront activities. The city has a rich history going back to colonial times, with a mix of old buildings and modern comforts. The people of Milford would never know that a tragedy was about to happen there in 2022. But first, let's uncover the layers of her past. Julie Minogue was born on July 19, 1982, in the nice town of Goshen, New York. She had loving parents, Gerald J. Minogue and Sandra Bisegli Doper, who raised her with her 2 siblings, sister Allison Barrett Corcoran and brother Peter, Gerald Minogue. Growing up, Julie did well in school, going to the respected Monroe-Woodbury schools, and later graduating from Monroe-Woodbury High School. She continued her education at Orange County Community College, learning more and having new experiences along the way. After college, Julie Minogue became a dedicated medical assistant at Connecticut Coastal Obstetrics and Gynecology and found happiness in different parts of her life. She lived an active life, regularly running and walking to stay full of energy. But her real passion was being a mother to her 2 sons, Nicholas Keith Turner and Sean Michael Turner. The details about her marriage and husband are not known right now. Julie's dedication and love as a single mother were amazing, creating a strong bond between them. Julie Minogue found love again in 2017 and started a relationship with a man from Roxbury named Juan Anthony DeWitt. Together they had a son in 2019 named Luke Anthony Minogue. But as time went on, problems came up in their relationship, which led Julie to decide to leave Juan in 2021. She moved with her sons to a condo on Salem Walk in Milford, and their safety and happiness were her main concern. In 2022, Nicholas, the oldest son, was 21 years old and had bravely served his country in the Coast Guard. Sean, at 17 years old, was a lively young man doing well as a high school senior. Her son with Juan, Luke, was 3, a bright light in their home. Julie herself was 40, and everything seemed good for her and her 3 boys. But tragedy was waiting just around the corner. Late at night on December 6, 2022, 17-year-old Sean Minogue was startled awake by scary screams. He didn't wake up at the first noise and thought it might just be sounds from the neighborhood. But the cries got louder and more urgent, and he realized something was very wrong. Worried about his mother's safety, Sean rushed down the stairs. As he went down in the dark, he saw a terrifying sight. A man holding an axe and his mother lying on the floor, her body covered in blood. In the middle of the chaos, Sean heard the haunting words, "You didn't believe me," ringing in his ears. In a panic, the teenager ran upstairs and quickly locked the door, wanting to keep himself safe. He called 911 and urgently reported the horrifying scene he had seen. Determined to add more protection, he quickly put a strong chair behind the locked door. With his heart pounding, he opened his window, desperately calling for help. Within minutes, police officers arrived and entered the house, but the teenager, gripped by fear, jumped out of the window. That's when he heard Milford police shouts and realized it was not the intruder. Eventually, the authorities found the brave teen and made sure he was safe. In a devastating discovery, the police entered the kitchen to find Julie Minot lying in a pool of blood on the floor. Her face and skull had been hurt by many deep cuts. A chilling sight waited for them as they saw a large axe resting on the stove nearby, showing evidence of a horrible crime. Meanwhile, in the living room, Julie's young son Luke, who was 3 years old, sat on the couch, completely shocked and unresponsive. Not a tear or a word came from him, as if he was frozen in shock. The officer stayed by his side, offering comfort and support until more officers arrived at the scene. Following her tragic death, Julie's body was carefully taken to the Connecticut office of the chief medical examiner for a full examination. After doing a careful autopsy, the medical examiner said the cause of her death was the chopped wounds and blood impact injuries on her head, torso, and arms and legs. The detailed findings gave important evidence about how she was attacked, showing more about the sad situation around her early death. As the police took the axe found on the gas stove, they searched every inch of the area carefully, determined to find any possible evidence that could lead them closer to the person who did it. Inside the house, they started a thorough search, looking at each room for any clues that could explain the awful crime. The noise and activity brought concerned neighbors who gathered nearby. The feeling was tense as the community wanted to help the investigation however they could. In the growing crowd, a helpful neighbor came forward with an unexpected piece of evidence: Ring camera footage from outside his house at the Long Meadow complex. The police eagerly took the chance, hoping the footage might have a vital clue. As they watched the footage, they saw an unsettling sight: a person walking with an axe in hand, looking very much like the description Nicholas gave. A wave of hope through the investigators as they realized they might have found an important lead. The police began to look into who this man with the axe could be. That very day, on December 6, 2022, a crucial breakthrough happened when a worried woman called the police, telling them about a chilling phone call from her son. In her shaky voice, she shared the shocking news that her son had just called her and said he had killed his girlfriend. The urgency in her words got an immediate response from law enforcement. Determined to find the truth, they quickly found the woman and talked with her. It was then revealed that the man responsible for this scary confession was none other than Juan DeWitt, the 42-year-old man who was once in a relationship with Julie. With this vital information, the police called Juan's number, hoping to have a crucial conversation with him. But their efforts were met with resistance as Juan suddenly hung up the call. So it was important for the police to look into Juan's history, which they believed could give them the vital information needed to go further. Born in the town of Roxbury in 1979, Juan Anthony DeWitt had a wide range of interests and activities. As a talented athlete, he followed his passion for ice hockey and even played at a semi-professional level. Juan's thirst for knowledge led him to get a bachelor's degree in history from Siena College, showing his curiosity. He was not a person satisfied with just one job, so he also started on the path to become a firefighter. Additionally, Juan also shared his skills as a personal trainer. In 2006, Juan was arrested in Connecticut for driving under the influence and traffic offenses. He pleaded guilty, resulting in a suspended prison sentence and probation. After this, Juan DeWitt's journey took an inspiring turn when he joined the respected ranks of the U.S. Marine Corps in 2009, where he started a path as a skilled weapons specialist and non-commissioned officer. He served his country for 5 years and reached the rank of Lance Corporal in 2011. In a remarkable photo from his time in the Marines, Lance Corporal Juan DeWitt is seen in action as a machine gunner. The picture shows him bravely operating a powerful M240 caliber machine gun on a vehicle during an important defense of the amphibious task force naval exercise. The event happened on December 3rd, 2011, aboard the USS Pearson. With his leadership qualities and skill, he took the role of a machine gun section leader in the respected 1st Reconnaissance Battalion. Juan dedicated himself to his duties, serving multiple tours in Afghanistan, the Middle East, and other secret locations with his dedicated brothers. Juan and his brother's inspiring story was captured in a 2015 article in the Register Citizen, highlighting their collective efforts to restore a piece of history. Juan's life took a darker turn when he faced legal trouble in November 2019. The Milford police arrested him for assaulting a victim, which led to a protective order being given by the court. Sure, the case remains unresolved, as court records showed it was still pending with his next court date set for April 14, 2023. Juan maintained his innocence by pleading not guilty. He was released on a $20,000 bond, waiting for the court process to unfold. Juan's troubled past included a disturbing incident where he was arrested for his actions towards Julie, shortly after the birth of her son. Reports stated that he had thrown a big object at Julie Minot and had also broken her phone to stop her from calling for help. Afraid for her safety, Julie went to a neighbor's house and contacted the authorities. The incident showed the alarming nature of Juan's behavior and how it affected those around him, adding more intensity to what was happening. In 2021, he faced charges of attacking emergency workers and a woman in Wake County, North Carolina. Court records showed that he pleaded guilty and got a combined jail sentence of 95 days, though the exact time he served is not known. These run-ins with the law showed a pattern of worrying behavior, raising more questions about Juan's character and past actions. Behind Juan DeWitt's troubled history, a darker pattern of violence came out, specifically aimed at Julie Minot. Several protective orders were filed against Juan because of earlier cases of domestic violence. These orders were given in November 2019 and January 2021 and were meant to keep safe not only Julie, but also the children who were there during those times. One such incident involved Juan being drunk and getting into a heated argument with Julie. According to a statement from the victim's son, Juan had thrown a playpen at Julie's head, which caused a distressing injury. While Juan was in rehab, Julie took steps to get a restraining order, seeking protection from his harmful actions. Even so, Juan was given visitation rights, which left a lasting feeling of worry and concern about the safety of everyone involved. Besides their troubled relationship, Julie and Juan DeWitt found themselves caught up in family court cases starting in 2021. It all began when Julie filed a request for child support for their son Luke in August 2021. In October 2021, a judge ruled in her favor and ordered Juan to give financial support. As tensions kept rising, Juan took Julie to court in December 2021, trying to settle visitation rights. The court stepped in and gave supervised visitation for Juan in April 2022, with a hearing planned for April 2023 to talk more about the matter. These legal fights showed the difficulties and challenges Julie and Juan faced as they dealt with their relationship after the breakup. As the investigation went on, new details came out that on November 14, 2022, just 3 weeks before her death, Julie took a firm step by going to the Milford Police Department to file a complaint against Juan. She said he had sent her over 200 text messages in just 2 days, even though a protective order clearly said he was not allowed to contact her. Officer Scott Nearing listened to Julie's worries and carefully collected evidence of the text messages from her phone, making the case against Juan stronger. In a heartfelt plea for protection, Julie Minot shared her deep concern for her safety and the well-being of her children in a sworn statement given on November 17, 2022. Determined to stop the ongoing abuse, she said, "I don't believe I should put up with this mistreatment any longer." Afraid of what might happen, she detailed the constant harassment she faced. Julie Minogue also wrote in the document that Juan had gotten himself into a lot of trouble with drugs and alcohol, and she was scared he was going to kill her. Officer Nearing, determined in his search for justice, carefully wrote an arrest warrant saying Juan had broken the protective order. The document, filled with important details, was checked by a supervisor to make sure it was correct and valid. They made sure the arrest warrant application had the needed probable cause to support the charge that the text messages sent by Juan DeWitt broke the modified protective order issued on January 15, 2021. On November 21st, 2022, the reviewed warrant application made its way to the Milford State's Attorney's Office. But the story took an unexpected turn as the Assistant State's Attorney, wanting to be thorough, sent the warrant application back to Officer Nearing and asked for more information before moving forward. In this careful dance between law and justice, every step forward needed close attention to detail. However, on December 1st, 2022, Julie Minogue successfully got a civil restraining order from a judge. In the hearing, which lasted about an hour, Julie showed evidence of the text messages, Juan's struggles with substance abuse, mental health issues, and a history of violence. She expressed concern for Juan's well-being, describing his bipolar rage and unpredictable behavior, and stressed the importance of him getting proper treatment and therapy. Julie firmly believed Juan should not be around anyone until he had gotten the needed help and support. Seeing the immediate danger she was in, a no-contact restraining order was quickly issued on December 1st, 2022, giving a legal shield against any further contact with Juan. But this order took a darker turn when 5 days later, Juan killed Julie with an axe in her condo. Now all the evidence pointed to Juan as the main focus of the investigation, and the search for him grew more intense. The police carefully searched the area around the Salem Walk condominium, leaving no stone unturned. Their efforts led them to a dive bar on Ocean Avenue in West Haven, where they asked for help from the local community. They talked to people at the bar, telling them about the ongoing investigation, and asking them to tell the authorities if they saw Juan DeWitt. It was during this effort that two observant people saw someone who matched the suspect's description. Eager to help the investigation, they immediately flagged down the police, giving crucial information about where the suspect was. Talking with one of the witnesses who wanted to stay anonymous, the police learned that the person had seen someone looking like the suspect walking around the parking lot for a short time. Eventually, the suspect went into a food truck in the parking lot. Acting quickly, the police arrived at the scene and without trouble, they arrested Juan DeWitt on December 6, 2022, taking him into custody and moving a step closer to finding the truth. The police began a tough questioning of Juan in the early hours of December 6, 2022. At first, Juan stayed silent, holding back vital information. But after hours of intense questioning, a breakthrough happened. Juan finally confessed to the gruesome act of taking Julie's life with an axe. He said he had quietly entered the house through the kitchen window, hiding while he waited for his victim to arrive. When Julie finally came into the kitchen, he started his attack, using the axe with deadly purpose. It was during this horrifying moment that Nicholas, Julie's son, came down the stairs and saw the scene. Overcome with fear, Juan ran away, leaving the axe behind on the gas stove. Juan's admission sent shockwaves through the investigation, bringing forward a chilling story of the tragic events that happened that night. During Juan's first court appearance in State Superior Court in Milford on December 7, 2022, Assistant State's Attorney Alana Paul told the judge about new developments in the case. She said Juan had fully admitted to the incident, but even without that admission, she believed the evidence against him was strong. Attorney Paul pointed out the surveillance footage and the testimony of Julie's son, who had seen part of what happened. Given how serious the case was, Paul argued that a high bond was needed, stressing the gravity of the situation. The judge shared concerns about Juan's history of ignoring court orders and stressed the importance of public safety given the circumstances. Juan was put on suicide watch, with a hearing scheduled for December 14, 2022 to talk more about the case. Finally, it was the day of the final decision. On December 14th, 2022, besides the murder charge, Juan DeWitt faced several other charges brought by the Milford police. These included criminal violation of a protective order, criminal violation of a restraining order, risk of injury to a minor, and reckless endangerment. By bringing these charges, law enforcement wanted to address the wider range of Juan's alleged actions and their impact. A hearing was scheduled for Juan DeWitt's pending criminal cases on April 6, 2023. He has yet to enter a plea. Prosecutors stated that Juan had already confessed to the murder of Julie Minogue. However, no further information has been released by the police about the hearing. In a statement, the family said they were determined to take action and make sure those who neglected their duties are held responsible. They also shared their hope that this case would lead to better protections for people facing domestic violence and abuse. With their strong commitment, the family aims to bring positive changes and stop such tragic incidents from happening in the future. This case involved a mix of hard work by law enforcement and the terrible acts of a killer who killed his ex-girlfriend in a rage of anger. Tess Ritchie was born on November 30th, 1994, the youngest in a family of 5 girls. Ritchie was raised in North Bay before moving to Toronto at 19. One of her sisters, Vina Ritchie, said Tess loved her life, her dogs, and her family. Tess had worked as a server in the city, but her dream was to get a job as a flight attendant and see the world. She was taking steps to do just that, having finished the flight attendant course at Seneca College in North Toronto. At the same time, she was trying to get a job at one of the major hotels in Toronto. Unfortunately, Tess couldn't find a job she liked. Her family supported her financially and never said no when she asked for money. Some Canadian sources also say that when Tess didn't get a job at an airline or a hotel, she started learning Italian and looking for au pair jobs in Italy online. Tess also had her own YouTube channel. The last video she posted there was on February 23, 2014, almost 4 years before the events we will discuss today. Tess talked about her experiences and the difficulties she had to face. Let's listen to some parts of this video. Unfortunately, a few years after recording this video, Tess again faced problems in her personal life. That fall, heartbreak ruined her life. On November 23, 2017, Tess went through an emotional breakup with her boyfriend, Julian. The next day, she turned to her older sister, Rachel, who was 8 years older than her. The two were close. "She was my soulmate," Rachel said. On November 24th, Tess spent most of the day at Rachel's house in Toronto. They talked about the breakup, went shopping, and visited a dog park. That evening, Rachel cooked some food. However, she had to persuade her sister to eat because she had no appetite due to stress. Even so, Tess made plans for the night. She decided to meet an old school friend named Riley Seymour. Like Richie Simara was from North Bay. She had moved to Toronto in the summer of 2017. The two hadn't seen each other in years, but now that they were both living in the same city, they had started talking again. Seymour suggested they go to Cruise and Tangos, a well-known drag bar in the Church in Wellesley area, that evening. Rachel's partner ordered an Uber for Tess so she could meet Seymour downtown. Rachel Ritchie remembered seeing her sister run down the front path to the Uber. That quick glimpse was the last time she would see her alive. Ritchie arrived at Cruise and Tangos around midnight. Seymour wasn't there yet. The club was full of people. Tess texted her sister to tell her she had reached the place safely. It was common. Tess's phone was her second best friend, her sister said. The next morning, Rachel Ritchie sent her younger sister a text message. She didn't expect to hear back right away, since Tess had been out the night before. By 6:30 p.m., Rachel still hadn't heard from her. Soon after, she noticed that none of her texts had reached Tess. Rachel tried calling, but all the calls went straight to voicemail. Her mother, Christine Hermiston, also tried to contact Tess, but her phone was off. Christine got a message saying that Tess had ordered an Uber at 4:02 a.m., but soon after, she canceled it. When setting up the Uber account, Tess used her mom's credit card, so Christine got a message every time her daughter used a taxi. Tess always kept in touch with her family, so when her phone did not turn on during the day, they began to think something could have happened. She usually had her phone on at all times. Rachel asked her partner to check her sister's apartment in Scarborough. At the same time, she started contacting her friends. It was about 9:00 p.m. on Saturday. Tess was still missing. Her family had a bad feeling about all this. Rachel started calling hospitals and also contacted the police. By the evening of the next day, the police had no news for Tess's family. Several officers tried to find out where Tess Ritchie might be, but no one had seen or heard from her in the last 2 days. On Monday, Tess's mother Christine and one of her sisters traveled from North Bay to Toronto to help in the search. They were putting up and handing out flyers with Tess's picture, hoping someone might have seen her. The family did everything they could. As for the police, they unfortunately did not show their best side when investigating the disappearance of Tess. But we'll talk about this a little later. At the same time, it turned out that Tess's friend Riley, with whom she visited the bar, returned home safely after that night. When they asked Riley if she knew where Tess had gone, she said she and Tess had drunk a lot, which led to the bar security asking them to leave. They left the bar shortly after 2:00 in the morning and went to Wellesley Street to eat something. On the way there, they met a guy who eventually went with them. Riley couldn't remember his name. On Wellesley Street, they ordered hot dogs. Wanted a vegetarian hot dog, which ended in an argument with the seller. Tess thought they gave her a hot dog with meat. Riley admitted that her friend took mustard and sprayed the vendor's cart with it, after which she, Tess, and the guy with them had to run to Dundonald Street. While there, they saw a woman on a house porch and started talking with her. Her name was Michelle T. Conversation lasted about 20 minutes. Tess told Michelle that she had recently broken up with her boyfriend and shared how hard it was for her. Michelle tried to support Tess. Moreover, they even exchanged phone numbers. Teep said Ritchie seemed like someone trying to have a good time, but when she looked in her eyes, she saw sadness. The breakup with Julian appeared to be weighing her down. I told her everything does get better, and just to hang in there, Teep said. At 4 a.m., Riley got a text from her boyfriend asking her to come home. She said goodbye to Tess and walked towards Yonge Street and then home. Tess was disappointed that Riley had left her. At 4:02 a.m., she ordered an Uber. So one can guess that after her friend left, Tess decided to go home too. The driver arrived at 4:14 a.m., but Tess wasn't there. On Wednesday, November 29th, just one day before Tess's 23rd birthday, Christine again handed out flyers with her daughter's picture in the area where people last saw her Zag. Knowing that Riley had parted with Tess on Dundonald Street, Christine decided to explore this area. She turned to Ambience, a nurse who worked at St. Michael's Hospital, as their daughters had been friends since elementary school in North Bay. Together they set out to find Ritchie amid a growing search effort and social media push to locate her. That's when Brazeau made a haunting discovery. Peering into the bottom of an outdoor stairwell in a construction site at 582 Church Street, Brazeau immediately recognized Ritchie's body lying on the concrete. In 2017, this building was being rebuilt and partly fenced. It looked like this. I went into complete shock, horror, disbelief. I couldn't process or make sense of what I was seeing. Brazeau said through tears. I was terrified. Dust from a nearby gravel pile lay like soot on her body. Brazeau let go of the staircase railing and walked backward down the gravel driveway toward Church Street. Hermiston was farther up the sidewalk by that point, unaware that her daughter's body was so close by. Brazeau began to call out to her. Christine, come back here, she said. There's a girl in the stairwell. You've got to come back. Hermiston turned, raced down the driveway, and stopped dead at the stairwell. After a few moments, she started screaming and asking God for help. Tessa's death became a heartbreaking challenge for her whole family. They found her body just 300 yards from the bar where she spent time before she disappeared, and just 20 yards from where her friend Riley last saw her. It raised a lot of questions about the work of the police. After all, her body was a couple of blocks from the bar all this time. However, after Anna and Christine found Tessa's body, an anonymous police source gave the press new information. They claimed Tess advertised her intimate services online and worked in a strip club. The grieving mother said Toronto police didn't do enough to search for Ritchie because they assumed she was an escort. It was horrifying to read that. Hermiston replied angrily at what police sources told the media after her body's discovery. She was not making a living in the sex trade industry. It's a blatant lie. They leaked that so it would look like she lived a high-risk life and was in a laneway with somebody, and it wasn't their fault. Although Tess did work as a waitress at a strip club, she quit less than 2 weeks after they hired her. As for Intimate Services advertisement, it was just an account on a dating site. Even though they had found Richie's body, there was no explanation for what happened to her. Police did not initially suspect foul play, but the homicide unit eventually took over the case after an autopsy revealed she had died of neck compression. Moreover, they found seminal fluid on the girl's clothes and saliva on her bra. After some tests, they found traces of male DNA. So the police finally started searching for a suspect. Considering Riley's testimony, the detectives were trying to figure out the identity of the guy the girls met that night. After all, he was the person Tess stayed with after Riley went home. The police turned to CCTV footage to learn more about that night. This video shows Tess and Riley leaving the bar and going towards the hot dog vendor's cart. There were also CCTV cameras on the building close to where Brazil found the body. After analyzing the recordings, the police saw Tess and her new acquaintance walking hand in hand up the gravel driveway. According to the information shared by the police, the camera captured Tess and this unknown man at 4 a.m. The following recording, taken 46 minutes later, shows the guy leaving the place alone. Tess never appeared in the footage again. Therefore, the police believe this man was the main suspect in the Tess Ritchie case. On December 10th, during a press conference, the Toronto police published pictures of this man taken with the help of a video surveillance system. They hoped someone would recognize him. The pictures, taken by an ATM camera, were of poor quality. The ATM was next to the place where Richie bought hot dogs. In the evening of the same day, the police discovered the identity of this man. Oddly enough, after seeing the published images, the man called the police station himself. "I'm the guy in the photo," he said. The person who was with Tess that night was 21-year-old Kalen Schlatter. In the fall of 2017, Schlatter was 21 and living with his parents and younger brother at their North Toronto home. He had completed a year of postgraduate study as a car mechanic and worked with his dad in construction. Schlatter, his parents, and one of his lawyers went to the police station, where he briefly spoke with detectives but refused to testify. His parents brought some food and a bottle of water for their son. In the end, they provided police with some crucial evidence. While still at the police station, Schlatter threw an empty water bottle into a trash can. The police quickly took it and sent it for forensic medical examination. It took some time, but eventually they determined that the DNA sample on the bottle and the DNA samples taken from seminal fluid and saliva found on Tess Ritchie's body belonged to the same person. Police planned an undercover operation to watch Schlatter for several weeks, but the DNA results sped up the process. Schlatter was arrested around 11:00 p.m. on February 4th, 2018, after watching the Super Bowl with his family at the Cineplex Cinemas Queensway in Etobicoke. They took him to 13 Division and placed him in a holding cell. At 3:19 a.m. on February 5th, 2 other men were locked in holding cells on either side of him. Schlatter had no idea both were undercover cops and that he was about to give them a lot of evidence. The 3 men sat in separate plane, holding cells with a combination toilet and sink, as well as a bed. Schlatter was locked in a cell between the 2 cops. With all 3 men facing the same wall, none of them could see each other, but that didn't stop them from talking for hours. Schlatter told these policemen about his passion for card games and his ability to attract women. According to him, he had slept with more than 40 women, even though he was only 21 years old. However, he did not mention that he liked both men and women. Schlatter did not meet Tess and her friend Riley on the street. He was in the same bar as them. That's where he first noticed them. This recording was made shortly before security asked Tess and Riley to leave the bar. Here's Riley, and here's Tess, and this is Schlatter. Schlatter also told undercover officers about Tess. At first, he said that she was alive when he left. Shortly after, Schlatter added that something could have happened because alcohol clouded his mind. He thought he was not capable of it. The police charged Kalen Schlatter with taking the life of Tess Ritchie. But of course, he denied his guilt. In June 2018, two police officers, Alan McCullough and Michael Jones, were charged with 2 counts of misconduct for neglect of duty under Ontario's Police Services Act. According to the notice of hearing, they allegedly failed to thoroughly search the nearby property or immediate area, interview neighbors, and notify a supervisor. If they had followed the rules, Christine Hermiston stated, they would have found her. She was lying just around the corner. Despite all this, both officers remained working in the police but received penalties. As for Colin Schlatter, during the 7-week trial held in 2020, his defense tried to prove his innocence, arguing that someone else could have approached the stairs, where Tess was lying, by climbing over the fence on the other side of the building, and thus remain invisible to the cameras. The lawyers even gave the name of another suspect, but the police thoroughly checked and questioned this person, finding no evidence linking him to Tess's death. DNA evidence pointed to only one person, Colin Schlatter. Schlatter was a slight man who appeared soft-spoken in court. He said he has a speech problem that causes him to slur his words and stutter sometimes. Trying to explain the presence of his DNA on Tess's belongings, he said she offered to hide from prying eyes. At 4:02 a.m., Tess Ritchie ordered an Uber. The driver arrived at the pickup point at 4:14 a.m. But Tess wasn't there. Instead of letting Ritchie meet her Uber driver, Schlatter again approached her. They sat down on a bench at the corner of Church and Dundonald. Tess seemed a bit more upset from the argument, so I walked over to her to check if she was all right, Schlatter said. He said it was Ritchie who asked him to sit and talk. It's impossible to prove his story, as there is no sound on any security video from the area. Schlatter testified Ritchie was bummed about her breakup, so he started talking about the end of one of his own past relationships. To make her feel better. She listened intently, he said, and even declined a phone call during their conversation. This was a lie. The police examined Tess's mobile phone records and discovered no one had called her during their conversation. Later on, she asked if it's okay if she kisses me, Schlatter said. We stand up and give each other a hug and kiss. These words could not be confirmed either, since there weren't any kisses on the CCTV footage available to the police. According to Schlatter, Ritchie asked him to follow her to the driveway at 582 Church Street and down into the property's outdoor stairwell. The prosecution considered these words a lie because, at that time, the Uber driver was waiting for Tess. They suggested that Schlatter offered to walk Tess to her car, but he was planning something completely different. We will never know what Colin Schlatter told Tess Ritchie as they walked up Church Street to convince her to walk into the dark at 4:12 a.m. with the man she just met. Schlatter claimed that he and Tess went down the stairs and started kissing. He wanted more, but Tess said they couldn't go any further. According to Schlatter, they kissed for a long time, which resulted in him ejaculating into his pants. After that, he invited Tess to his house, but she refused and said he could leave, which he did. Schlatter continued insisting Tess was alive when he left. It is important to note that all of the above was Schlatter's story, which the police could not verify. Only 2 people knew the truth about what happened that night. One of them was already dead. The prosecution's witnesses at the trial were Riley, a friend of Tess, and Michelle T., a woman with whom they talked that night. They both identified Schlatter. Schlatter not only told everything to 2 undercover cops. He allegedly shared crucial details with a cellmate when they were at a Toronto detention center for roughly 2 months in 2018. The man, who can only be referred to as Y.S., because of a publication ban, has a criminal record spanning decades, including several break-ins and a domestic assault. The informant said he initially felt sorry for Schlatter, as he was a young man in jail for the first time. That's why Y.S. invited him to share his cell while the 2 were in protected custody. But over time, Y.S. soured on his new cellmate. Schlatter would cry himself to sleep at night because he didn't want to do time and because he missed his mommy. And yet he showed no remorse about Ritchie's death, Y.S. said. He said Schlatter told him about his kiss with Ritchie and that he lost control when she said she didn't want to go any further. He couldn't stop and strangled Tess with a scarf. In court, Schlatter flatly denied that those conversations took place. His lawyer called Y.S. a manipulative, pathological liar. Putting aside all the testimony and relying only on physical evidence, One can conclude that someone strangled Tess Ritchie, and only one person's DNA was on her clothes. Callan Schlatter. In her closing address to the jury, defense lawyer Lydia Riva portrayed Schlatter as a harmless kid and an innocent young man. As hard as it might be to accept, and as uncomfortable as it might make us feel, the criminal justice system can get it wrong, Riva said. Mr. Schlatter was an easy target. I did it. He's easy to blame. On March 23, 2020, the jury found Schlatter guilty. The judge sentenced him to life imprisonment with the right to request parole after 25 years. The trial was heartbreaking for Ritchie's mother, sisters, and other supporters who were in the courtroom. At times, they were upset and crying. While they now have some of the answers they wanted for so long, their lives are changed forever. Evil not only took Tess that night, it sentenced her surviving family to a cruel and painful future, while robbing the world of so much love and potential, said Ritchie's sister Vanna. Tess was the heart of my family, and we will forever be incomplete. In June 2020, Tess Ritchie's family sued Schlatter, the police, and others because of the psychological devastation they felt after Tess's death. Do I want to just go in the house and hide and let it go? Absolutely. But can I? Absolutely. I can't, because I can't get it out of my head that they let her lay there for 4 days, said Christine Hermiston. Those images are seared in her mind forever, Hermiston said, adding that she should not have needed to travel from her home in North Bay, Ontario, to Toronto to do the job of the police. Tess was the glue of the family, and her death has torn everyone apart, her mother said. We have trouble looking at each other. We feel like we all let Tess down. We feel a lot of guilt, and that's why we're continuing to fight on behalf of Tess, because we're not going to let her down again. They are asking for a total of $20 million in damages, including punishment damages. Sometimes facing a hard truth is better than the pain of not knowing. That's exactly what Maria Leon believed when her 16-year-old daughter disappeared without a trace. At first, everyone held on to the hope that the girl would be found alive. Miguel came from quite modest, or rather poor, means, but treated his young girlfriend with respect and admiration. Captivated by both respect and genuine charm almost instantly, when meeting and introducing himself warmly to the parents, he earned acceptance, leading to no interference, supporting the relation. Over time, he increasingly spent more time at the residence, tied to his passport, fitting into the family dynamic. Miguel once confided in the girl's parents about difficulties at home. His mother disapproved of his involvement in music lessons, leading to a conflict that ended with him being physically hurt and then kicked out of his home. Maria offered him shelter temporarily until things could settle, not realizing the possible effects of introducing a disruptive influence into their family environment. So Melanie and Miguel began living together. At first, they had a harmonious period lasting 6 months, during which both teenagers seemed very happy with their new togetherness. However, as time went on, Miguel showed signs of his character that had a bad impact on Melanie. Her school performance got noticeably worse. Her behavior and appearance became more provocative. Also, she started getting more tattoos and talked about wanting to quit school. With time, disagreements between the couple became frequent. While they first tried to solve these fights outside the family home, such arguments eventually happened openly within it. A big concern for Maria came when she found out that her oldest daughter was using illegal drugs supplied by Miguel. In response to this discovery, Maria started a serious talk with Melanie, who admitted tearfully to limited experimenting with drugs and promised never to do such things again. Even though deciding it was best for Miguel to leave due to his negative influence on their daughter, Melanie spoke up for him, half promising better conduct for both herself and Miguel going forward. Reluctantly agreeing after some thought proved to be another mistake for Maria and Ruben, as troubling signs soon appeared. Unexplained bruises on their daughter's body were clear, but were always explained by Melanie as from sports activities or clumsiness, rather than blaming her boyfriend's actions. 6 months later, a major incident happened during a heated argument. Miguel attacked the girl so badly that she needed medical help. Maria wanted to file a police report for assault and bodily harm, but Melanie discouraged her, saying she would deny everything and refused to accuse her partner. Melanie's parents tried to separate the couple and forbid them from living together. However, Melanie threatened to run away with him if their relationship was blocked in any way. This toxic relationship lasted for over 2 years, until Melanie saw it was harmful to her well-being. In early May 2018, another intense fight broke out between the teenagers, turning into physical violence. This time, Melanie took the lead and told Miguel their relationship was over. She demanded he pack his things and leave her home immediately, or she would contact the police about the abuse she had suffered. Miguel did as she asked, but later asked for forgiveness. Despite this, he could not let go emotionally. Miguel began stalking Melanie, tracking her movements and watching who she talked to, and he regularly called and messaged her. His messages ranged from declarations of love and apologies to death threats. Worried about this obsessive behavior, Ruben tried to get a restraining order against Miguel for the safety of his stepdaughter. Still, law enforcement dismissed his concerns, seeing no threat in what they thought was teenage drama. Maria also reached out to the prosecutor's office, mentioning the potential danger posed by Miguel. However, authorities did not take her seriously either. They wrongly assumed that an 18-year-old young man wouldn't hurt his ex-partner, a belief based on not knowing his true nature. The mysterious disappearance of a schoolgirl. Almost 2 months had passed since the couple's separation. Miguel seemed to have calmed down and was no longer trying to meet with Melanie. The girl lived her old life. Her grades at school improved noticeably. She met with friends and practiced music. Her parents also no longer had reason to worry. They tried to erase the former boyfriend of their daughter from their memory and forget him like a bad dream. On June 2018, Melanie was excited to go to a birthday party for a close friend. The event was set to happen at one of the city's most popular nightclubs. To make sure she looked stunning, Melanie carefully prepared herself by picking an outfit, applying makeup, and styling her hair. Once she felt ready, she said goodbye to her mother and assured her she'd be back not too late before leaving in a waiting cab. Maria trusted her daughter's friends well enough not to worry too much. However, the next morning brought concern when Maria realized that Melanie had not come home. She tried to contact Melanie but found that her phone was turned off, a worrying sign. Even so, Maria tried to stay calm by telling herself that teenagers might have simply lost track of time and that Melanie's phone battery could be dead. Around lunchtime, Maria called Isaac and was shocked to hear that Melanie never arrived at the party. None of their friends had seen or heard from her either. Frantic with worry, Maria began calling all of Melanie's friends and classmates. Unfortunately, no one could give any useful information about where she was since she left the house. In response, Maria quickly contacted William, Melanie's father, and he rushed over immediately. Together with Ruben, the stepfather, they went to file a missing persons report at the police station. However, they met with bureaucratic indifference, as authorities noted that it is necessary to wait 24 hours and suggested that Melanie might just be asleep at a friend's place after the party. Refusing to waste precious time waiting passively for answers, the parents, along with Ruben, decided on taking quick action themselves. They got relatives and friends to help in their search efforts by contacting all known friends and visiting familiar places where she might have gone, while also handing out hundreds of flyers around the city, hoping for leads on Melanie's location. The next story we're sharing is about the Erie Miller case. Bruce Miller was truly a kind man who carried the full weight of responsibility on his shoulders. He worked tirelessly, often without rest, to support his family, never holding back. His life was dedicated to making his wife happy. He was her supporter, her protector, and her source of stability. But in a cruel twist of fate, instead of being rewarded for his dedication and love, he became the victim of a ruthless crime. Bruce fell prey to the dark side of the internet. His feelings for Sherry grew after he hired her and helped raise 3 children with her. They eventually fell in love 2 years later, and this feeling completely consumed him. Bruce decided to adopt her children to create a united family and home for them all together. However, Sherry hid her true intentions. While Bruce believed in their bright future together, she led a double life and tricked him. The computer Bruce bought for Sherry turned out to be more than just a gift. It became an instrument in her dreadful plan. Instead of using it for business growth, she used it to plan his murder. Sherry came to see that divorce wouldn't bring her the wealth she wanted, and so she turned to drastic measures by manipulating Bruce's feelings and using him as an instrument in her cruel plot. This case could be seen as one of its kind, a pioneering example where online interactions played a critical role in criminal activity. Perhaps this marked one of the first times internet communication became pivotal in legal proceedings. A fascinating development indeed. In today's time, such cases are more and more common compared to times when the internet was new, and people didn't know that everything they did online could be tracked or recovered. Sherry, like many others at that time, had no idea that deleted messages could be found later on. It also showed how dangerous it is chatting with strangers online, and just how much one's life can change due to this form of communication. There are always people who find themselves unexpectedly at center stage, plunged into worlds full of mysteries and intrigue, and Bruce surely was among those people. A person whose story is packed with secrets and unexpected turns. Born on July 26, 1951, in Flint, Michigan, during his younger years, Bruce worked as a mechanic at a General Motors factory, but later changed course, opening his own business, a salvage yard dealing with cars and reselling spare parts. Despite handling large cash sums and dealing with different social groups, he was still known as a generous, kind-hearted individual. Sometimes he even bent the law, falsifying license plates, though this was rarely done. He didn't have many romantic relationships and followed marriages, both ending in divorce, finally meeting the fate bringing his final love, Sherry Miller. Sherry often showed unusual habits and behavior. According to her friends, she would act as if she were creating a new identity on the internet while having flirtatious conversations with strangers. People's opinions were divided. Some believed Bruce was aware of it, but chose to ignore it, finding it easier to keep things as they were. Bruce valued his marriage and cherished the life provided by Sherry, along with his efforts to adopt her 3 children. Sherry also aimed to keep their marriage bond. She had affection for Bruce and liked the appealing lifestyle he offered, even after she had misused his credit cards shortly after their wedding. This did not bother Bruce much. Their relationship was as changeable as Sherry's personal life itself. They kept a working routine during the day and spent intimate moments at night. Amid this family bliss, Sherry's online altered self began to appear alongside her growing confidence. Her chat interactions became more and more explicit, often focusing on sexual topics with various men under different names, such as Hornet24, Too Hot for You, Love Me Slowly, and I Want to Obsid You. Rather than sticking with consistent contacts, she preferred talking with new people once boredom set in, starting cycles of flirting and new beginnings each time. As per her own explanation, these interactions were just playful engagements, a game where each new man represented another level of progress that boosted her feeling of being unbeatable. This detached way of thinking eventually led Sherry down a harmful path. Amid her frequent online activities, Sherry met Jerry Cassidy, a former police officer living in Reno, Nevada, and they quickly developed romantic feelings for each other. It seemed Jerry held a special place for Sherry, unlike previous online friends. Eventually, they even renamed their accounts, Sherry taking Jerry's fool, while Jerry took Sher's fool. Their digital talks included everything from casual texting and flirting to sharing nude photos and swapping sexually suggestive messages and videos featuring clear content involving Sherry herself. One must remember that all these exchanges happened back in 1999, when doing such things was much more complex compared to today's technology. Jerry was born on October 6, 1960, in Kansas City, Missouri. From a young age, he was passionate about hunting and dreamed of joining the FBI. He planned to achieve this by starting with the Montana police. Sherry served as a detective in the homicide department for 9 years, eventually rising to the rank of lieutenant. She called Bruce's brother Chuck, saying she was worried about Bruce not coming home yet. Soon after, alarmed by her concern, which she fed to Chuck, he and his wife rushed over to check at the yard, where they found Bruce's body in horror before calling the authorities. The authorities first thought it was a robbery. Bruce's old friend, John Hutchinson, was their main suspect right away. John owed his employer over $5,000 and had been involved with Shaw before. His alibi was weak and he failed the lie detector test. No surprise the police had their doubts about it. So John was held for questioning, but due to not enough evidence, he was let go later. After that, the case went cold. Officers first thought Sherry's behavior after her husband's death was normal. They didn't know what she was hiding at the time. Soon after, she was seen enjoying parties often. Moreover, she quickly got an insurance payout, sold the business, and took money from family accounts, becoming rich overnight. In the middle of her partying and spending, she invited her new partner to live in the house she once shared with Bruce. Sherry and Jerry's relationship fell apart suddenly after Bruce's death. That was when Jerry found out Sherry had fallen for another man. He started to feel huge guilt and thought about the awful crime he had done with her. Having worked for the police for many years, Jerry quickly saw that he was just a pawn in Sherry's plan. She had played with his feelings to get rid of her husband. It hit him that Bruce was truly an innocent man. None of the accusations Sherry had made up involved abuse, connections, beatings, or children. Even the pictures shown as proof were from 1994. 3 months later, on February 11th, Jerry Cassidy chose to end his life. He was found alone in the apartment he rented from his cousin, with a .22 caliber rifle beside him. Among his things were letters to his family and a note and briefcase for his lawyer, John O'Connor. When John opened the briefcase, he found clear evidence of a crime that sealed Sherry's fate. In addition to various pieces of evidence found after Jerry's death, there was also a note where Jerry admitted to killing Bruce and put all the blame squarely on Sherry. The note explained how all available evidence would be given to the police. Jerry expressed deep regret and said he was foolish to be tricked by Sherry into doing such a thing. He said everyone would now understand why he fell into depression. He had been unable to tell the truth until now. Jerry also claimed that Sherry's only goal was to get money and get rid of her husband. She succeeded in her goal, but ignored the harm caused along the way. Following this shocking news, authorities quickly arrested Sherry and charged her with second-degree murder and conspiracy to commit murder. The trial started 10 months later, on December 12th. Given the internet-related nature of her crime, public curiosity was very high. Sherry pleaded not guilty during the proceedings, and her defense lawyer suggested that Jerry had made up his evidence against her out of guilt. They also tried to put the blame back on JN during the trial. Disturbing messages between Sherry and JN were shown where they talked about using a gun. It was pointed out that a day after her husband's death, she changed her first name, last name, and address. After Jerry's death, she did this again. The case ended successfully in court, and after only 2 days of thinking, the jury gave its verdict. Sherry Miller was found guilty of second-degree murder, and on January 9, 2001, she got a life sentence in prison. However, several complaints came from the defense about the trial. One notable issue questioned if Jerry's letter should be allowed as evidence. This worry led to such big effects that 7 years later, in 2008, a judge ordered a retrial for the case. So, as per federal court decisions, Sherry was let out of prison in July 2009 until more trials could be done. Clay took a job with the sheriff's office to support the family while his wife cared for the children. However, he didn't stay long. He was fired after a year. Only Jackie's parents and sister helped with the children, giving her some rest. When Clay lost his job, Jackie took on work to support the whole family. Even after their children were born, Clay did not change his behavior and showed little interest in either his family or work. Sometimes he did part-time work that didn't bring in the expected income. Clay seemed comfortable living off his wife's hard work. She worked 40 hours a week and managed the household at the same time. Jackie's career moved ahead quickly. She soon got a management position at an insurance company branch. This step forward further relaxed Clay's attitude toward money responsibility. Instead of appreciating his wife's efforts, Clay mistreated her in various ways. He insulted her often, called her worthless, and put her down by saying no one wanted her. His cheating and abusive actions caused a lot of distress. Jackie's parents and sister were deeply troubled by Clay's behavior and urged her to divorce him. Every day brought fading hope that their relationship could be saved. Over the next few years, money problems added to their issues because Clay was not working. while Jackie's salary could no longer cover all expenses for their large family. Growing mortgage debts led to their house being taken away. The woman decided it was time to move in with her sister, taking the chance her husband then moved to a friend's place. At this point, their children were a bit older. Jackie faced the tough but needed choice to file for divorce. She believed she and her kids deserved a better life. When Jackie brought this up with her husband, Clay seemed calm at first. However, he soon changed his mind and refused the divorce. His threats started subtly but gradually grew into direct threats against her life. He warned that divorcing him would be like signing a death warrant for herself and their children. These threats scared Jackie, yet she stayed firm. Living under such conditions was no longer an option for her, so she looked for ways to end her marriage with Clay. She turned to her family, sharing the troubling behaviors of her husband, and began keeping a diary to write down his actions. Jackie also noticed that Clay was stalking her. For safety, she and her children moved in with her sister. During this time, her kids were only 5 years old and didn't understand the situation fully. Still, Jackie explained that their current living arrangement was very important. Time passed, and things began to settle as the divorce process neared its end. It seemed that Clay had come to accept their separation and stopped his harassment toward Jackie. They even started forming new relationships on the side. Jackie allowed Clay visitation rights with their children, and arguments between them became less. On June 1st, 2011, Clay and Jackie agreed to meet at the lawyer's office to finish the last parts of their divorce. On that day, their son Maddox was visiting his father, while Jackie's other children stayed with Cheryl, Jackie's sister. After the meeting at the lawyer's office, Jackie planned to pick up Maddox from Clay's house before going back to Cheryl's place. Leaving the office, Jackie called her sister Cheryl to say that everything had gone smoothly and mentioned she was on her way to get Maddox from Clay's house before returning home. That conversation would be their last. Jackie slowly lost contact as time passed. Her sister became more and more anxious and started calling Jackie, but there was no answer. She then tried calling Clay, but he didn't answer either. Cheryl began to think that Clay had done something to Jackie. She sent him a text message. "If I don't hear from Jackie in 5 minutes, I'm going to the police, almost right away." Clay called back asking what was wrong. Cheryl responded firmly, saying that she believed he knew exactly what was happening. Clay said he didn't know where Jackie was and mentioned he would tell her to call Cheryl when he saw her. However, Cheryl wasn't convinced. She took her sister's children to their parents' house and filed a police report in person. Even though they were first doubtful about Clay's involvement in Jackie's disappearance, the detectives took her concerns seriously. They didn't make her wait for 24 hours before looking into it further. Instead, they tried to contact Jackie's ex-husband for any leads on her whereabouts. When questioned, 41-year-old Clay told them that he had lunch with Jackie. They then went to the lawyer's office to talk about some parts of their divorce and then drove together to his house for more discussions. He claimed that after talking for a while, he left for the store. Upon his return, Jackie's car was gone. He assumed she had left. Clay added that his son Maddox was in Illinois with his new girlfriend at the time and insisted Jackie was aware of it. According to him, Jackie wasn't there for her son, but just to talk about other matters with Clay. However, Cheryl found his statements hard to believe and not matching what she knew. Jackie had made it clear that her visit to Clay's house was only for seeing her son. She had no plan to discuss anything else with him, especially given that she wouldn't have let her son be far away with another woman. Noting these differences, Cheryl managed to convince the investigators that Clay's story lacked truth and suggested he might be hiding important information about Jackie's disappearance. With this new view from Cheryl, investigators were now treating the case more urgently, as both the missing person and her car were still not found. A full search was started for Jackie. A few hours after her disappearance, investigators found her Honda Pilot on an interstate highway with a flat tire. But there were no signs of an accident. The tire looked punctured on purpose, making the scene look set up. The car was open and empty with a few bloodstains on the back seat, but no other clues showing where she was. These disturbing details pointed to a possible attack and kidnapping. The search effort for Jackie was focused in the area where her car was found. Many volunteers, including police officers, rescue teams with dogs, and family members, took part in the search. They came from various parts of the region, answering requests from Jackie's relatives. Despite the unbearable heat, many were willing to help find her. Jackie's family announced a reward of $3,500 for information about her whereabouts. Despite their efforts, including wide searches and public calls for help, the search gave no results for several days. Police began to look at Clay, Jackie's ex-husband, more closely. When they visited his house to speak with him again, he told the same story as before, but refused to let them into his home and car. He quickly hired a lawyer who stated his rights. For days after Jackie's disappearance, Clay left her a voicemail with a distressed tone. Detectives later got a search warrant and returned to Clay's house for a thorough check. During this check, they found blood-like stains in his vehicle. Forensic tests showed it was fish blood. Clay had purposely covered the car with fish blood and recorded it on video as a test for forensic experts. Besides checking the vehicle, investigators saw clear details in Clay's house. A section of carpet had been taken from the floor, leaving an obvious mark. Tiny drops of blood were also found on the walls of the hallway going to the basement. These findings raised more questions about Clay's involvement and plans regarding Jackie's disappearance. Signs of furniture being moved were clear, showing that something unusual was happening in the house. Forensics checked under the floorboards and found a bloody carpet. Blood samples from the house and that carpet were sent to the lab for more tests. Detectives tracked the missing woman's last known movements to 1:10 a.m. She was seen at a drugstore with her ex-husband. The pair looked calm and normal. About 2 hours later, she was seen at an ATM taking out money. After that, Jackie did not show up on CCTV again, although Clay was seen a few hours later with his son and new girlfriend at a toy store. Later, they visited a car wash in their pickup truck, which had a suspicious trash can inside. By then, Clay had changed clothes and carefully washed both the car and the boat. This raised suspicion around him, making him the main suspect. Investigators released photos of Clay's pickup truck and boat, asking for anyone who might have seen them. A young couple reported seeing Clay near Devil's Island on the Mississippi River in response to this request. Detectives confirmed this information through an analysis of Clay's cell phone records, making them focus search efforts in that area. Despite many searches over the large area, nothing came up directly linking to the missing woman. The forensic results soon came back, showing that the drops of blood found in Clay's house indeed belonged to Jackie. The police then worked under the idea that Jackie was dead. Detectives called Clay in for questioning and tried to get a confession from him about Jackie's murder. However, Clay denied all accusations, saying that the blood stains were leftovers from an old domestic incident in his kitchen. Without a body or clear proof of death, investigators had no grounds to arrest or charge him. Even though they let him go from custody, authorities kept Clay under close watch and continued their investigation. Being an ex-deputy sheriff himself, Clay knew they were watching him closely and used tricky moves to avoid detection, effectively playing cat and mouse with law enforcement. He would go to empty, vacant lots to mislead the investigation. While the whole neighborhood stood by and took part in the search for the missing mother of three, Clay continued to bully and taunt them. He would drive past the search party or Jackie's family, insult them, give them the middle finger, and shout that they were wasting their time and wouldn't find anything. His defiant behavior raised more suspicions and questions. Meanwhile, the missing woman's sister, Cheryl, fought in court for custody of the triplets. She feared the children would go to a father who was a danger. His odd behavior backfired on him, and Cheryl got custody. This made him very angry, and he began threatening his ex-wife's sister with violence, including writing about it on social media. The woman recorded these threats and contacted the police. Detectives seized the chance and arrested Clay nearly 5 months after Jackie's disappearance. He was charged with threats to life, which he accepted but claimed he wrote out of anger and despair at losing custody of his beloved children. Clay insisted he didn't plan anything bad against Cheryl. He saw himself as a victim in this situation. While investigating this incident with his sister, police found out he had other charges waiting against him, stealing $50,000 from a previous employer, as well as stalking a man. Detectives pressed his former co-worker, hoping Clay would confess to killing his ex-wife and lead them to her body. But it was useless. Clay kept denying all charges about Jackie's disappearance. Instead of confessing to the crime, he started saying confidently that he knew who was behind his ex-wife's death. A man named Harry. But detectives had already checked this lead. Harry had a perfect alibi that took him out of suspicion. All evidence pointed only to Clay, yet he kept denying it. He ended up going to prison for 5 years for threatening Cheryl, while the police had him locked up in jail. They continued to look into Jackie's disappearance. The search for the missing woman kept going on Devil's Island, but never gave any results. Eventually, about 2 years after Jackie's disappearance, the police gathered a lot of circumstantial evidence, video camera footage, blood in his house, and more. They decided to charge Clay with his ex-wife's murder, even without her body. It was a risky and desperate move because if they lost, the prosecutor's office would not be able to charge him a second time. However, the prosecutor was determined. After talking with his accomplice, Clay decided that it would be best for them to make a deal with the prosecution to get a lower sentence. To do this, the defendant offered to plead guilty to the murder and tell the location of the body. Jackie's family agreed to this deal because it was important to give her a proper burial. Clay led police officers to his ex-wife's body. It was in a hidden spot on a remote sandbar on the Illinois side of the Mississippi River. At first, he couldn't remember exactly which tree he had buried her under, but then admitted that he had placed a bag of fertilizer on top of her body. One of the policemen, who was an active gardener, explained that large amounts of fertilizer kill trees. They looked around and found 3 dead trees that interested them. They dug there, and under one of the trees they did find Jackie's body, wearing the same clothes she had last been seen in. The woman was identified from dental records as Jackie Waller. Finally, Jackie's loved ones accepted that she was definitely dead and found her body. Then they were able to bury her. The woman's funeral was held on her parents' golden wedding day. Cheryl told their children that their mom was gone and she had been killed by their father. This event was a huge shock to the children because they lost both their mother and father at once. The children developed a deep dislike for Clay and refused to talk to him from then on. As part of the agreement, Clay had to officially confess to the murder of his ex-wife and give specific details. He explained that the first thoughts of murder began to surface about a year before the tragic event, when Jackie announced their separation. Even so, he tried to push those dark thoughts away because Jackie was the mother of his children. However, he couldn't stand the idea of her taking his children away. He warned Jackie that such actions would have terrible consequences for her, but she didn't listen to his warning, which he considered her fault. The night before the murder, Clay went to a secluded area on Devil's Island to dig a grave for Jackie. According to him, their divorce process was generally going smoothly. On that particular day, after a visit to their lawyer, they had a conversation in which she suggested they be intimate one last time. They then went back to his home where they talked in the kitchen. While looking for a snack in the refrigerator, Clay accidentally raised his arm, hitting Jackie and causing her nose to bleed. This incident angered her. She stormed out into the hallway, where she smeared blood on the walls and started yelling at him. They would never see his children again. At this point, Clay lost control and attacked her. He hit her in the face with his hand and then strangled her. After that, he took Jackie's body out in a dumpster and buried it in a pre-dug grave. Then he carefully cleaned out both the car and house, took a shower, changed clothes as if nothing happened, and then went on to meet his new girlfriend and son at a toy store. Throughout this story, Clay claimed that everything was driven by impulse and emotion. He did not originally plan to kill Jackie. This went against his earlier statement where he said he had dug the grave the day before. However, if Clay did not plan to kill the woman, why would he have dug the grave beforehand? It seemed to be a planned murder. The medical examiner found many skull fractures on the dead body, showing blunt force rather than a simple beating with fists. No one believed his story. Clay, who showed no regret for killing his ex-wife, felt happy about getting only 20 years in prison for second-degree murder with the chance of early release. The prosecutor, however, had another strategy. Clay's testimony about digging the grave hurt him further. He had dug the hole in Illinois while the murder happened in Missouri. These actions fell under the federal law against domestic violence across state lines, and breaking this law allowed an extra 35 years to be added to his sentence. Clay Waller will be eligible for parole after serving 85% of his 55-year sentence. It turned out that Clay did not know about such a law and did not expect the results of his confession. Yet his awful actions continued, showing further coldness. He wrote a book detailing Jackie's murder to make money from the tragedy. Cheryl, Jackie's sister, along with her husband, continues to raise Jackie's children with support from their elderly parents. The children have grown up remembering their mother as an amazing person who stays forever in their hearts, still hold anger toward their father, and deeply miss their mom. The Inman family showed an image of perfect harmony to those on the outside. They were regular churchgoers every Sunday at the Church of Faith in Nelsonville. Yet within their tight-knit circle, one could guess what really happened behind closed doors. Back in 1983, William and Sandra Inman's paths crossed at church. He was 18. She was just 16. Their marriage got their parents' blessing, leading to marriage. The couple made their home in the modest community of Logan, located in Hocking County, Ohio. Bill Inman had strong religious beliefs and balanced his job in construction with playing musical instruments for the Church of Faith Evangelical Church in Nelsonville, Ohio. Sandra took on the role of managing the household. In 1984, they were delighted to welcome their son, William Jr., to tell father and son apart. The head of the family was called Bill, while the younger one was known as Will. As time passed, William Jr. grew up. At age 17 in 2001, he met a 15-year-old named Summer Cook at church, quite like his parents meeting. Will and Summer kept a friendship for 3 years before getting married when Summer turned 18 in 2004. The newlyweds began their life together by living with Will's parents in a spacious house in Logan, Ohio. That same year, when Bill reached the age of 39, he saw himself as a spiritual guide, turning his garage into a makeshift church. He began hosting gatherings there, despite local doubt towards the self-declared minister's actions. His mysterious garage started to attract neighbors first. Around this time, money problems began affecting the Inman household since Bill's religious work was not financially rewarding. This situation led the family to think about moving to another state, looking for better job opportunities. By 2006, the Inman family had fully moved to Florida. Both Bill and Will quickly found jobs in hotel construction. Meanwhile, Sandra and Summer dedicated themselves to homemaking and taking care of young Alex. 2 years later, the Inmans made their way back to Ohio from Florida. By then, they had lost their Logan home due to not being able to get it back and settled in a rental in Vinton's countryside, starting a new chapter. Shortly after their move back in 2008, Will and Summer welcomed their second child, a daughter named Kelly. By 2010, their family grew with the arrival of another daughter, Alana. As young parents, Will and Summer often wanted weekends away for relaxation. During these times, Bill and Sandra, always supportive, took on the role of caring for their grandchildren. The weekends were filled with joy as they loved moments with their 3 grandchildren. In the spring of 2010, Bill Inman got a pastor's license and called himself the head of the Church of Faith. Alongside his wife, he set up a charity named Ranch of Mercy to help the jobless and homeless. His vision was big. He wanted to build a large home for orphans and widows. However, money was quite lacking. To fix this issue, Bill came up with a lottery scheme. Each person would buy a ticket with the money meant for building the shelter. The grand prize was either a house or $200,000, plus 99 other big rewards. The community learned about this lottery through news and ads. Bill first promoted it door to door, promising great rewards while saying that extra funds were meant for giving a safe place for the needy. Priced at $10 per ticket, Bill managed to sell 100,000 tickets, getting $1 million for the project. The drawing was set for September 2010. In June 2010, personal trouble hit the Inman family when Summer said she wanted a divorce from Will after 6 years of marriage. This statement came not long after she had written a big entry in her personal diary. I am completely tired from constantly trying to please everyone around me. Do I not deserve happiness? Do I not have the right to love someone and feel that love back? I'm not sure if now is the right time, but I feel I must share everything with Will. It troubles me deeply, yet he deserves to know the truth. He should know that I no longer want to be with him. I need to be alone to rediscover myself and understand who I am now. She finished her cleaning duties after the office had closed around 11:00 p.m. She stepped outside to throw away the trash. Summer had texted Adam to meet her after work, but he didn't find her by 11:30 p.m. Worried, Adam arrived at the bank and started his search. He discovered her personal things scattered near a dumpster in an alley. Her phone, keys, and a music player still playing with headphones nearby. In the grass, her jacket lay there too. Alarmed, Adam immediately called Summer's parents to tell them of her disappearance and stressed the need to alert the police quickly. At first, Summer's parents called the bank, thinking she might have stayed longer for extra work and lost her things. Security had no clues about her location. They then called Logan police to report Summer missing, stressing her punctuality and that she rarely stayed late at work. Police came to the scene where they found Summer's things. They heard stories from 3 eyewitnesses who saw her kidnapping about an hour earlier. 2 women out for an evening jog reported seeing Summer as she threw out the trash. At that moment, a white Ford Crown Victoria driven by a blonde woman came up. 2 people dressed in black with masks got out of the car, forcefully grabbed Summer, pushing her into the back. Despite her fighting and cries for help, one bystander's try to help was stopped when the female driver used pepper spray on him, forcing him to back off. The car quickly left the area. The 2 jogging witnesses immediately went to the nearest police station to report what they saw. Their story at first faced doubt from the police, who found it odd and questioned if it was made up, expecting it might be a fake story. The police reached the kidnapping site of Summer Inman just an hour after her parents filed the missing person report. However, first efforts did not lead to finding the missing 25-year-old. News of Summer's kidnapping quickly spread through all local media, catching the community's attention. Hundreds of Logan's residents joined in a strong effort to find her. As 3 days passed, the chance of finding Summer safe grew more and more faint. Throughout this horrible time, her parents tried to keep hope against sad thoughts. Shortly before her disappearance, Summer Inman shared a photo on Facebook showing herself, her new partner Adam, and her children. The picture showed them as a happy family unit. Will Inman. It raises an interesting question. Why would a husband be friends with his wife's new companion? The backstory showed that Adam, a man without steady work, had been hired by the Inmans a year earlier in spring 2010 for different household tasks. It was then that Adam and Summer met and formed a bond. Despite first hesitation, Summer eventually returned Adam's feelings. Her diary entry shows this internal fight. This meeting meant the falling apart of Summer's life within the Inman family. Wanting happiness and love, she started divorce steps, which were long. 5 days before vanishing, Will argued against the suggested child support per child each month, wanting it cut to $50 given his yearly earnings of just $6,000. Will and his parents wanted full custody of the children, but their request was turned down by the court. After losing contact with their grandchildren, Bill and Sandra clearly got worse. They lost weight and were clearly affected. As those who knew them agreed, the grandchildren were the light of their lives. In March 2011, during the investigation into Summer's disappearance, the Inman family was found. They were at the house of Bill's 70-year-old mother in Jackson, Ohio. Bill, Sandra, and Will together said they knew nothing about Summer's kidnapping. The Inmans told that on the night of Summer's kidnapping, they were on the way to Cleveland to look at a new property. However, they had car trouble after 3 hours on the road, leading to an overnight problem of fixing the car on the roadside before going back to Logan the next morning. They said that their interactions with Summer were generally friendly, with infrequent arguments. Yet they blamed the change in their family harmony on Adam Peters' work in their house, calling this time hard. The trio always described Adam as a bad influence, saying he was the cause of the breakup of their previously close and tightly knit family. The investigation took an important turn when police saw a white Ford Crown Victoria at the Inman family's house. Upon checking the vehicle, a GPS receiver was taken. Later examination showed that on March 22nd, the day Summer was kidnapped, this car was in Logan. The GPS was turned off at 5:30 p.m., that evening and turned back on the next morning, again in Logan, going against the Inman's claim of traveling to Cleveland. Phone records also proved that all three family members were in Logan on both March 22nd and 23rd. More questions showed that on the morning of March 23rd around 7:30 a.m., the Inmans were at a car wash doing a thorough inside cleaning of the vehicle. Bill, Sandra, and Will were all there, but Summer was notably missing. After this, they visited an auto shop in Cleveland for a tire change. While there, a shop worker noticed something odd. Bill was choosing to replace nearly new tires with used ones simply because he didn't like his current set. There was also proof that the Inmans tried to change the car's look. Notably, Bill had taken off a police spotlight that had been on the driver's side door next to the mirror. Bill, Sandra, and Will Inman were caught and brought in for questioning. Before their arrest, Bill told his elderly mother of their innocence, blaming the situation on a test from the devil. Throughout the questioning, they kept saying they did not know about Summer Inman's kidnapping and didn't know who the kidnapper was. However, after several hours and faced with the chance of the death penalty if found guilty, Sandra Inman's strength broke. Eventually, she told the truth. Sandra confessed that they were responsible for Summer's kidnapping on the night of March 22nd. She told how Bill and Will had disguised themselves in black masks. Sandra admitted that her first plan was only to kidnap and scare Summer. However, events took an unexpected and tragic turn. According to Sandra's confession, when Summer was forced into the car's back seat, Will held her with plastic ties around her neck, hands, and feet, meaning just to frighten her into letting him see their children. As the situation got worse, Will realized that Summer was close to passing out. He panicked and desperately looked for a knife to free her, shouting frantically to his mother. Sandra said their goal was never to take Summer's life. They only wanted a solution to their custody fight and hoped to make sure of regular visits with their grandchildren. On March 29, 2011, a week after the kidnapping, Sandra Inman told the location of the body. Summer's remains were found in a septic tank on the grounds of the Church of Faith near Nelsonville, about 30-kilometer workplace. Bill Inman had been part of the church's building. This place had personal meaning for him and Sandra, as it was where they had married 28 years earlier. The Inmans were regulars at this church. Bill played in its music group. Police uncovered the well by taking off a concrete slab and unscrewing 6 bolts from the metal lid. When they opened it, they immediately saw Summer's legs. She had been thrown headfirst into the septic tank, still wearing her work clothes. Her black t-shirt had an ironic message. "I don't have anger issues. I have issues with idiots." A forensic check confirmed that Summer had died from strangulation. Aside from marks on her neck, hands and legs showing she'd been tied up, no other injuries were found on her body. This pointed to strangulation as the cause of her tragic death. Sandra said she originally planned to get rid of the body in a river, but thought again and decided it would be safer to hide it in the well near the church. She believed this spot would make sure it stayed hidden for a long time. Sandra admitted to feeling deep shame for her actions and their permanent results. During the later trial, 49-year-old Bill Inman and 28-year-old Will Inman did not take any responsibility for Summer's death. Throughout the court time, they stayed mostly silent, showing no visible feelings and avoiding eye contact with Summer's grieving parents. Sandra Inman, at 47 years old, stood out as the only family member who accepted blame for her part in the tragic events. She said that the plan to scare Summer was entirely her own idea. In a deeply emotional moment before sentencing, Sandra, overcome with tears, faced Summer's parents and begged for their forgiveness. Her speech, though broken by sobs and a shaky voice, clearly showed regret. Sandra said she saw Summer as a daughter and was sorry for her catastrophic decision. In 2012, the verdict was given. All 3 members of the Inman family were found guilty. Bill and Will Inman got life sentences without the chance of parole. Sandra Inman also got a life sentence, but with eligibility for parole after serving 15 years. However, among friends and church members who knew the family's ways, doubts came up about Sandra being the mastermind behind the crime. It was well known that Bill had a controlling role in the family and usually made the final decisions on all matters. Will, for his part, was seen as a spoiled child whose wishes were always met by his parents. Those close to the family guessed that Sandra's confession might have been a smart move to lessen legal trouble for her husband and son. Currently, Alex and Alana are being raised by Summer's family. For quite a while, it was hard to explain to these grandchildren where their mother, father, grandmother, and grandfather had gone. In 2013, Jessica Herringer, a 25-year-old woman, disappeared under strange circumstances from her workplace. The search for her kidnapper lasted several years, during which many other women were affected. When the authorities finally caught the culprit by chance, they found deeply disturbing details about her. Jessica Herringer was born on July 16, 1987, and lived in Norton Shores, Michigan. She grew up in a modest family with a sister. At 22, Jessica became a mother to a son named Zen, fathered by her long-term partner, Dakota Quayle Dyer. They were still together in 2013, living in a leased home. At the age of 25, Jessica worked at an Exxon gas station in Norton Shores, located near Lake Michigan. Known for her warm and friendly nature as a manager, she often got praise from customers. To support her beloved 3-year-old son, she often took extra hours. Jessica's diary showed her goals to learn and move forward. She wanted to go to college and study accounting, but money problems stopped this goal. Dakota couldn't fully support their family, leading to frequent fights and trouble in their relationship. The couple was engaged, yet their marriage faced repeated delays due to different issues. On the evening of April 26, 2013, Jessica Herringer was doing her regular duties at the Exxon gas station. Her day began with a visit to a nearby store around 3 p.m., followed by a drive to her workplace. She arrived at the gas station around 4:35 p.m., parked her car, and started her night shift, which was supposed to end at 11:30 p.m. Jessica was the only employee on duty that night. At 11:14 p.m., a customer called emergency services, reporting his experience at the Exxon station. He had entered the store to pay for his gas in cash but found it unattended. He told the dispatcher, "I'm not sure what's going on, but there's no one at the station. The door is open and unlocked lights are still on, but there's no one to take my payment. There are just my car and another vehicle outside." During their check of the place, both inside and outside, they found no sign of a struggle. Everything seemed in order. Jessica's coat was in the back room, along with her purse containing $400, car, and house keys. A single drop of blood, later identified as Jessica's, was found near the storage area's back door. Also, a cap from a Walther P-22 semi-automatic pistol's laser sight and 2 batteries, likely for a watch, were found on the floor. The gas station's cash register was untouched, with all the money still there. The last recorded sale was at 10:52 p.m. for a lighter. The place had no inside surveillance cameras. Next to the cash register was Jessica's pack of cigarettes, suggesting she had briefly left her station with the plan to return soon. Her locked car was parked outside, but Jessica was nowhere to be seen. She had mysteriously disappeared. Upon finding the station unattended, police contacted the gas station's owner, telling them the situation. The owner then called another manager living nearby, asking her to secure the place. Also, the police told Jessica's family of her disappearance. Her parents looked for clues to her location and called her friends. One friend recalled being at the gas station between 8:00 and 9:00 p.m. that day, noting that all seemed normal then. Shortly after, a fellow employee arrived to lock up the station. This colleague said that around 11:00 p.m., she and her boyfriend had driven by the station on a motorcycle. They saw a silver Chrysler Town and Country minivan parked near the back service door, with its back door open. Thinking Jessica might be involved in theft from the station, they paused to watch further. The manager saw a young man with messy, wavy hair near the minivan, dressed in an orange sweatshirt. She saw him repeatedly open and close the vehicle's rear door before he finally drove off. Police, looking at surveillance footage from surrounding buildings, found a video showing a silver Chrysler passing by the Exxon gas station at 11:02 p.m. A store employee nearby also spoke to the police, mentioning that he had seen the man in the minivan talking with Jessica earlier. The employee at first thought the stranger was just flirting with Jessica, given her good looks. He noted Jessica standing outside, while the man asked why she wasn't inside. Both the employee and Jessica's colleague, who had seen the man by the minivan, helped make a composite sketch of the unknown person. He was shown as a light-skinned young male with dark wavy hair, a stocky build, and about 1.82 meters in height. The sketch was released 3 days after Jessica's disappearance. Despite many calls received by police in response, no major leads came from the information given. The large number of silver Chrysler minivans in the United States posed a big obstacle in the investigation. In Michigan alone, there were about 15,000 vehicles of this kind registered. Finding the specific driver of the minivan linked to Jessica's disappearance became a huge challenge given the huge number of identical models. At first, Jessica's boyfriend, Dakota Quayle Dyer, was a suspect in her disappearance. He admitted their frequent arguments but denied ever physically hurting her. Dakota actively helped the investigation, telling police that he was at home with their 3-year-old son on the night Jessica vanished. Without a car, he couldn't have traveled to her workplace, and his phone records, once checked by detectives, proved his presence at home that evening. This led to his removal from the suspect list. The investigation showed that Jessica had many admirers due to her friendly and outgoing personality, which sometimes led to misunderstandings. One such admirer was Jess Amerman, a 37-year-old married plumber. He visited Jessica at the gas station around 9:30 p.m. on the day she disappeared and confessed his love and willingness to divorce his wife for her. However, Jessica turned down his advances. Jess then left the station and called his wife. They spoke for about 50 minutes before he returned home. After his questioning, a lie detector test, and an interview with his wife, Jess Amerman was also ruled out as a suspect. Rob Follett, the brother of the Exxon gas station's manager, then came up as another person involved in this case. Though context-wise specifics about Rob's involvement were not given, he was identified as the next suspect. He mentioned visiting the gas station around 9:00 p.m. on the day Jessica disappeared. Upon greeting her, he noticed she seemed down. Asking about her mood, Jessica told him she had family trouble. Rob suggested she could stay with him, but she said no. After a short time at the station and making a purchase, Rob left for a night fishing trip at the lake. Detective Ives checked Rob's phone records for that evening, which supported his story of leaving the gas station for fishing. So, Rob Follett was taken off the suspect list. Search and rescue operations for Jessica Herringer were started using helicopters, expertly trained dogs, and wide searches of homes and businesses, woods, and Lake Michigan. Despite these thorough efforts, no leads were found, leading to a dead end in the case. Nearly a year later, in February 2014, a similar event happened in Michigan. A small, blonde, spectacled woman was attacked by a man while returning home late at night. She was kidnapped, taken to his apartment, and assaulted. Despite threats to her life, she was let go after several hours. The person responsible was identified as 42-year-old Brad Mason. Mason was quickly found, but fought arrest by showing a fake gun at police officers, resulting in his fatal shooting. Mason had a history of criminal activity, including a 2004 kidnapping conviction and a 2011 arrest for indecent exposure. In 2014, he lived in a dormitory opposite the Exxon gas station, where Jessica worked. However, investigators found no proof linking Mason to Jessica's disappearance. 2 years after Jessica Herringer's disappearance in 2016, another incident involving a young woman happened. Late at night, returning from a party at a friend's house, she became disoriented on a dark street. A man in a silver minivan approached her, asking if she was okay and offering her a ride. She refused but asked to use his phone instead. The man agreed, but only if she entered the minivan. Once inside, he locked the door and showed his phone battery was dead. Then he pulled out a gun, telling her to stay quiet. These cases show the ongoing challenges faced by law enforcement in solving abduction cases despite tough investigative efforts and community help. Then, he started driving. Feeling sick and nauseated, the woman asked him to lower the window. Seizing the chance, she jumped out of the moving vehicle through the window and ran to a nearby house. The man sped away. The victim immediately called the police and described the kidnapper. Through surveillance footage, the police managed to trace the license plate of the silver Chrysler Town and Country. They identified the driver as 46-year-old Jeffrey Willis. Jeffrey Willis, a factory worker, led a secluded, modest life and had no prior legal issues. When found in his minivan, police searched and found a Valder P22 semi-automatic pistol. The gun was traced back to a coworker of Jeff, who had reported her laser-sighted gun stolen some time ago. Willis was arrested and a search of his home uncovered a box filled with various BDSM items, including handcuffs, chains, ropes, gags, a vibrator, a video camera, and a bullet matching a Walther P22. The box also had insulin syringes with an unknown liquid, sedatives, Viagra, lubricant, disposable gloves, and a diagram of a woman's body with marked injection points. On his computer were many videos showing awful kidnapping scenes with young women as victims. A hidden hard drive and a ventilation duct had footage Willis had recorded of his female neighbors swimming without their knowledge. A folder titled Victims on the computer held two subfolders, one named for the missing Jessica Herringer and another for a murdered woman named Rebecca. Rebecca Bletch, age 36, was tragically murdered on June 29, 2014, roughly a year after Jessica Herringer vanished, in an area just 20 minutes from where Jessica worked at the Exxon gas station. Rebecca went out for an evening run, but never made it back home. She was found by neighbors lying on the road with her clothing messed up, at first leading to the belief that she was hit by a car. Although unconscious, Rebecca still had a pulse when found. Emergency services were called, but she died from her injuries before they could save her. Autopsy reports showed she died from 3 gunshot wounds to her back and head, with many bruises on her wrists and legs. At the time of her death, the killer remained free. However, 2 years after Jeffrey Willis's arrest, new evidence linked Rebecca's murder to a pistol found in Willis's minivan. Willis denied any involvement, but prosecutors thought that he had tried to kidnap Rebecca and bring her to his home. When Rebecca fought back, Willis reportedly shot her and fled. Forensic analysis later found Rebecca's DNA on a glove taken from Willis's home. Jeffrey Willis was found guilty of Rebecca Bletch's murder and got a life sentence. While serving his sentence, he faced more charges related to the kidnapping of Jessica Herringer. Despite always denying any involvement in Jessica's disappearance, phone records showed that on the night she vanished, he was at the Exxon gas station where she was last seen. After that, he traveled to his dead grandfather's house, which is about 13 minutes from the station. Upon arriving at his grandfather's home, police met a heavily secured front door. Forced entry revealed a collection of cleaning products, powders, and bleaches in the basement. The manufacturing dates on these items matched early 2013, the time of Jessica's disappearance. Co-workers remembered that Jeffrey Willis was notably absent on April 27, 2013, the day after Jessica Herringer disappeared. When he returned to work a few days later, he had clear, deep scratches on his face and hands, raising more suspicions among those who knew him. A woman who visited the gas station on April 25th, the day before Jessica's disappearance, later contacted police. She arrived late in the evening and expressed concern about being there alone at such an hour to Jessica herself. Jessica nodded in agreement, looking anxious and somewhat scared. At that moment, an unknown man inside the station reassured the visitor by saying, "Don't worry, she has customers who look after her." He left the place. The concerned visitor, still worried about Jessica's safety, stayed in her car outside until Jessica finished her shift and headed home. Sadly, Jessica disappeared the following day. In 2016, the witness from the gas station positively identified Jeffrey Willis, recalling seeing him there. Investigators learned that Willis had visited the Exxon gas station often, interacting with Jessica Herringer on at least 15 occasions. At the same time, 48-year-old Kevin Bloom, Willis's cousin and a prison guard, was taken into custody. Kevin's changing stories during questioning eventually led to a confession. He shared information about Rebecca Bletch's death that hadn't been publicly known. Kevin also confessed to helping Jeffrey hide Jessica's body. He described how on April 27th, the day after Jessica's kidnapping, Jeffrey invited him over for a party at his house. Upon arriving at his late grandfather's home, Kevin saw Jessica for the first time lying on the floor, tied up and lifeless. Cousins wrapped her body in a sheet. carried it in a car to a forest where Jeffrey had pre-dug a grave and buried her. They then returned home. When Kevin Bloom led the police to the forest to find the burial site of Jessica Herringer's body, he spent a lot of time wandering through the area. Despite his efforts, he couldn't pinpoint the exact spot where they had buried the body. The trial of Jeffrey Willis started, even though Jessica Herringer's body was not found, either alive or dead. The prosecution presented strong evidence to charge Willis with her kidnapping and murder. Their case said that Willis had been stalking Jessica for a long time. On the night of April 26, 2013, he supposedly parked his vehicle near the service entrance of the gas station, entered the place, and is said to have hit Jessica on the head with his gun. During this attack, it's reported that the cover of the gun's laser sight fell off, and Jessica's blood was spilled on the floor. Willis then supposedly dragged Jessica out through the service exit and put her in the back seat of his car. He took her to his late grandfather's house, where he did his most horrible acts. Forensic computer analysis showed that Jeffrey Willis stored photos and news articles about the search for Jessica on his computer. Following the investigation's progress, it was discovered Willis used a password shown on the screen made of Jessica's initials and the date April 27, 2013, thought to be the day she died. Willis kept denying his guilt, insisting he was at home on the night of her kidnapping. His lawyers argued that there was no direct evidence linking him to the case. No DNA belonging to Jessica was found in Willis's house or car. The defense team suggested that her disappearance might be linked to illegal drug trafficking, since Dakota had mentioned Jessica developed a serious drug problem. Despite these arguments, Jeffrey Willis was convicted of murdering Jessica Herringer and got a life sentence without parole. Throughout the trial, he showed no regret or empathy. His cousin Kevin Bloom was found guilty of helping dispose of Jessica's body. Kevin got a sentence of 2 years in prison and 5 years probation. Being fired from his role in the prison system was yet another blow to Jeffrey Willis. Years after his conviction, the story around him took a surprising twist. He became a suspect in an older unsolved case. On October 17, 1996, in Fruitport, Michigan, Angela Thorburn, a young woman, was found dead. Her killer remained free. Willis, who graduated from the same high school as Angela in 1988, found himself linked to her 1996 murder. In that year, 28-year-old Willis worked as a janitor at his old high school. Concerns were raised when the principal noticed his excessive time spent in the computer lab during work hours. A check on his computer activities was started by the principal, although the findings remain unknown. Willis was asked to resign immediately after the review. The investigation into Angela's murder continues to be covered in secrecy. A decade has passed since Jessica Herringer's disappearance, and her remains are still not found. This tragedy started the legal fight over the custody of her son, Zen, between Jessica's sister and Dakota, her partner. Ultimately, Jessica's biological family is raising Zen. Besides custody fights, Jessica's parents have been key supporters for law changes following their daughter's disappearance. Their efforts led to a law requiring gas stations operating at night to install surveillance cameras. The goal is to stop similar incidents in the future. Humans are naturally doubtful and jealous beings. When faced with perfection, their instinct is to look for imperfections. If there aren't any, they often try to make them up. The disaster to be told today was seen by a huge audience, yet no one could help the seemingly perfect girl, who, as a result, became disabled. Tsinghua University, often called the Chinese Harvard, was hosting a special performance with the Beijing Symphony Orchestra. This event was very important. Gracefully dressed pairs entered the Grand Theater. Men in perfectly cut black suits with shiny cufflinks and women in stunning full-length gowns, holding small handbags. They exchanged smiles and had polite talks as they went to their seats. Tsinghua University students, ready to show their talent that evening, faced huge pressure. One student, Zhu Ling, was facing an especially tough challenge. She was about to give a 6-minute solo, set to be the defining 6 minutes of her life. The audience potentially included professors, possible future employers, and supporters, all key people for her career chances, making any mistake a big problem. She needed to captivate them and leave a lasting impression with her performance. Her goal was to lose herself in the rhythm and become one with the ancient Chinese musical instrument, the guqin, respected as the instrument of the wise and liked by scholars and intellectuals. Those who mastered it were always seen as smart and perceptive. The guqin, a symbol of high status, has a rich history. One of these old instruments from the Song dynasty sold for $22 million, ranking it among the most valuable. To calm Ling's nerves, many friends placed themselves near the stage, their worry nearly matching hers, having seen all she had gone through over the past 2 months for this moment. Zhou Ling's entire life up to now had been given to these 6 minutes. She had almost risked her health for this event. Her nerves were so bad that in the 3 days before her solo, she hardly ate any food. Stress-induced stomach pains troubled her, and sleep was hard to find, making it difficult for her to keep her eyes open. Her vision began to blur. Finally, Zhu Ling got on stage, greeted the audience with a bow, sat down, and started playing the guqin. In those first moments, her friends held their breath, but soon the tension eased, and they found themselves lost in the music. Zhu Ling's stage presence that evening showed no sign of her nerves. She seemed to become one with the melody. Her hands moved smoothly, drawing out beautiful sounds that filled the theater. Some of her friends were even brought to tears. It seemed that Zhu Ling had turned all her built-up stress and anxiety of the past 2 months into her performance, making it a form of emotional release. As the 6 minutes ended, the audience burst into applause. Zhu Ling gave a deep bow, offered a smile, and left. Unknown to her, her best friend was in the crowd, smiling widely and clapping so hard her hands turned red. Yet her expression also showed a bit of nervousness. That night, Zhu Ling skipped the celebrations to return home and rest. In the shower, she began washing her hair calmly. Glancing at her hand, she noticed a clump of hair passing through it. Running her hand through her hair again brought a sense of urgency. She pulled back the shower curtain and ran to the mirror. Her reflection showed an exhausted face and small, irregular bald spots, like after a carelessly used razor. This was just the start. In the following weeks, Zhu Ling's condition would get much worse, leaving her in a wheelchair and without ability, unable to move, speak, or even control facial muscles. She changed from a highly promising Tsinghua University student into someone with the thinking capacity of a 6-year-old child. This whole thing wasn't an illness nor a genetic problem. Zhu Ling was experiencing something caused by another person. For ordinary students, getting into Harvard was more likely than into Tsinghua, especially for those native to China. The local acceptance rate is a mere 0.4%, making it easier for international students. The university runs on a yearly budget of $5 billion. It's an institution where powerful political figures, daughters and wealthy businessmen's sons, get their education. Each of them is very smart and well-educated, with high intellectual abilities. The real challenge isn't just in getting in. It's surviving the fierce competition and rivalry among the students. Some former students have admitted that to stay ahead, they did various manipulations, betraying friends, engaging in lies, and stabbing others in the back, all driven by the unyielding competitive spirit fostered at this institution. In 1994, Zhu Ling was among the 31 chemistry undergraduates at Tsinghua University. She ranked in the top 3 of her group, which had 20 males and 11 females. Zhu Ling was often seen as the best example of excellence, the cream of the crop among students. Indeed, Zhu Ling was not only smart, but also tall and striking in appearance. Everyone saw a bright future for her, meant for big achievements. Zhu Ling also had a charismatic and confident presence. Her arrival in the dorm sparked envy among others. She had a talent for attracting a circle of friends and admirers thanks to her warm way with others. She walked the campus, went to lectures, did her assignments diligently, and many wondered at her seemingly endless energy. However, after a few months, a strange and unexplainable decline in Zhu Ling's condition began to be seen by all. She seemed less strained, even during graduation week, but suddenly, Zhu Ling seemed to vanish. She began arriving later than her peers and consistently looked exhausted in lectures. Sitting there, she'd sweat as if overheating. Zhu Ling struggled to focus on the class content. Severe stomach pain troubled her, leading many, including her teachers, to believe it was stress-related. Stress-related. Looking for relief, Juling went to the school clinic for pain relievers, but they gave little help. What started as minor lateness grew to her stopping classes entirely. Concerned friends decided to visit her dorm, which she shared with 3 other girls. They found her in bed, shivering and moaning in pain, with clumps of dark hair scattered on the pillow. Alarmed, her classmates urged her to see a doctor, but Juling dismissed their concerns. She insisted she was just stressed and would return to classes the next day, assuring them that everything would be normal by semester's end. The once perfect Juling was now unrecognizable. Her complexion had turned ghostly pale. Lips took on a purplish tint. She looked like a ghost haunting the campus. Her movements were slow. Each step seemed to cause terrible pain. Most of her hair had fallen out, leaving her nearly bald and making her always wear something on her head to hide it. Sometimes Juling's vision would blur, leading to temporary blindness for hours at a time. Different ideas about Juling's worsening condition spread across campus. Some guessed it might be due to cancer or alopecia, known for causing hair loss, or maybe an autoimmune disorder. Yet darker guesses came up. Many students linked Juling's decline to stress from a fight with her close friend, Sun Wei. It seemed oddly coincidental that the change in Juling matched their falling out. After missing an orchestra rehearsal for a tough piece, Juling faced unexpectedly harsh criticism. Sun Wei had told the teacher that Juling skipped because she felt overly skilled, implying the others needed to get better to match her. Seeing such meanness in real life was quite overwhelming for Juling. Different speculations went around among university students. Some hinted that Juling, being a chemistry student, might be secretly doing groundbreaking experiments. Bei, a student from Peking University and a friend since middle school, decided to visit her in the hospital with a fruit basket. On entering her room, Bei was stunned and had to run out. It wasn't fear of infection, but rather seeing his classmate in such a bad state that overwhelmed him. How could a lively 20-year-old change into this shadow so quickly? What illness could strip Juling of all she had worked for? The medical team found her condition confusing. Just months earlier, Juling had been in peak health. Now she lay almost hairless, connected to multiple machines with tubes coming from her nose and mouth. Her body shook, and her face showed partial paralysis. A look of silent desperation marked her wide eyes. The sight was distressing. Even the slightest touch caused terrible pain and more erratic movements. It seemed even her hospital gown hurt her skin. Sensing his friend's silent plea for help, Bei read the desperate message in her eyes, a look he would never forget. Looking for answers alongside Juling's parents, Bei asked the doctors for a diagnosis, but they were equally puzzled. They looked into the start of her illness. Initially, about a month or 2 earlier, Juling had stomach aches like spasms, which came and went unpredictably. Within a week, the pain got so bad, it forced her to bend over in agony. Often she would lay on the ground curled up in a ball. At first, her fix involved drinking large amounts of Chinese herbal tea. Yet the pain got worse, eventually causing her to pass out. Juling, burdened by her demanding university schedule, put off getting medical help, hoping the symptoms would go away. Then her vision began failing sometimes, first blurring and then completely vanishing for hours. After that, her hair started falling out, an especially traumatic symptom for any young woman. The situation got worse, leading to her hospitalization just days before Christmas. It was her first time in hospital care. During that month, her parents stayed firmly by her side as she got treatment. The medical team tested her for arsenic and mercury poisoning, but the results showed nothing unusual. Interestingly, a doctor from a different hospital remembered a similar poisoning case from the 1960s and suggested the possibility of thallium poisoning. However, Juling denied any exposure to thallium in her studies. The hospital then contacted Tsinghua University to check which chemical substances Juling might have come across as a chemistry student. Despite this question, her medical records showed no exposure to chemicals that could cause such symptoms. This left her condition a mystery to the medical staff. Remarkably, after a month, Juling's health seemed to improve, and she asked for permission to go back to her studies. She was eager to take exams and worried not to waste the whole semester. Her parents were strongly against her returning to university, fearing that stress was the real cause of illness. Yet Juling pretended to be much better and went back to classes in February. Unfortunately, by March her condition had gotten dramatically bad again, resulting in being readmitted to the hospital. This time, she was so weak that continued university attendance seemed impossible. She couldn't even speak. Bei, losing faith in the local medical community's ability to give answers, took action. He reached out to medical experts not just in China but worldwide. Zhu Ling's symptoms would travel through various languages, and he posted these on specialized medical forums online. In less than half an hour, he got his response. Over the next few days, around 2,000 emails came in from 18 different countries. The respondents weren't just internet users. Many were linked to national medical institutions and specialized in toxicology. The agreement among almost all of them was alarming: thallium poisoning. The symptoms pointed to a deliberate, methodical attempt to poison Zhu Ling, made to cause slow, terrible agony. Thallium, a heavy and highly poisonous metal, was once used in rat poisons, but has been banned in major countries, including China and the USA. In the early 20th century, it was used as a lice treatment, known to cause hair loss. Its range of symptoms is so wide that it often leads to misdiagnosis by doctors, and its detection is usually very delayed. Thallium doesn't leave visible marks like bruises or wounds, making it harder to spot. The poisoning happens in stages. Initial stomach discomfort grows to severe pain, then trembling, headaches, insomnia, and temporary blindness. After that, the victim feels intense skin pain like severe burns, where even the slightest touch feels terrible. Clothing and bed sheets become sources of torment. The final stage involves nerve symptoms, including involuntary movement problems, seizures, and partial or complete paralysis, ending in cognitive decline and mental problems. Sadly, in Zhu Ling's case, this meant a fall from a top student at China's top university to having the mental abilities of a 6-year-old child. Bei, along with Zhu Ling's parents, sorted through the many emails and quickly shared their findings with Zhu Ling's team. Yet the doctors were doubtful of the diagnosis given by online contributors. They stressed that detecting thallium in the body without specific tests was not possible. Testing for thallium involved sending the patient's blood to a lab equipped for such analysis. Moreover, they pointed out that thallium is a rare, tightly controlled substance, not easy to get. The doctors also said that if Zhu Ling's condition was indeed due to thallium poisoning, an antidote would likely not work at this advanced stage of the disease. This news left Zhu Ling's family and friends in shock. The pressing question then became, who would want to hurt Zhu Ling? A guess came up that the intended targets might have been her parents, given their high-profile jobs. Her father was a senior engineer at the national agency, a job that could involve sensitive information. Her mother was an engineer at a big Chinese company. However, this line of questioning eventually hit a dead end. The main task was to find out how the poison entered Zhu Ling's system, especially since no one else on campus showed similar symptoms. This ruled out the chance of thallium vapors, suggesting that Zhu Ling either ate or came into direct contact with the substance. Meanwhile, during Zhu Ling's hospitalization, her personal things were mysteriously stolen from her dorm. The stolen items included her shampoo, contact lens case, lipstick, bath soap, and even her water glass. Interestingly, the thief seemed only interested in Zhu Ling's possessions, an unusual event in such a top university's dorm, with no surveillance cameras on campus at that time. An investigation was necessary. Students lived in gender-specific rooms, and access to the women's dorm was limited to current female students of Tsinghua University. Neither former students, graduate students, nor professors had entry into the living quarters of over 100 young female students. Police started a thorough investigation into over 20 sellers known to supply thallium, a substance still used in making optical lenses, electronics, and other products. Looking at their buying records, they found that one supplier had given thallium to Tsinghua University's chemistry department for research. The investigation showed that only a select group within the university had access to this compound. 2 professors, 3 graduate students, and 2 senior undergraduates. So the person responsible likely had a role in lab-based experiments and had the chance to take personal items from Zhu Ling's room. As the investigation went on, the professors and graduate students were quickly ruled out as suspects due to their lack of access to the women's dorm. This narrowed suspicion to the two senior students, one male and one female. Since the male student couldn't have entered the female living area, suspicion fell on the female student. Amazingly, this student was none other than Sun Wei, also known as Sunny. She was not only Zhu Ling's best friend and roommate, but now the main suspect in her attempted murder. The situation posed a confusing question. How would Sunny, with a bright future ahead, risk everything in such a serious way? Friends of both young women said that Zhu Ling had recently beaten Sunny in the student elections. Sunny was not known for handling defeat well. She had an argumentative nature and had tricked her closest friend several times. As Zhu Ling advanced and got more praise, Sunny grew more and more upset. Zhu Ling's solo performance at the Beijing Philharmonic served as a trigger for tension in their relationship. Zhu Ling was attractive, highly skilled, and respected by both peers and teachers alike. This probably fueled Sunny's jealousy even more. Wei was questioned for 8 hours straight before her parents came to take her home. Her family had big influence at Tsinghua University. Her father played a key role in the Democratic Revolutionary Committee, and her grandfather was a former vice chairman. Many of her relatives had jobs in government or academic roles at top state universities. So, Zhu Ling's case remained unsolved for quite some time. Sun Wei, one of the main people linked to the incident, kept saying she was innocent. She claimed that the police had cleared her of any suspicion. Regardless, Sun Wei legally changed her name and birth date, married an American, and moved to the U.S., where she lived without limits. Meanwhile, Zhu Ling's diagnosis came too late. It was finally confirmed that thallium had caused her mysterious illness. By the time it was detected, the levels of thallium in her body were extremely high. The antidote, Prussian blue, didn't work due to the advanced stage of poisoning. Zhu Ling was declared permanently disabled with irreversible nerve damage. She now has a child's mental capacity, has facial paralysis, and is bound to a wheelchair. Later on, Zhu Ling's family got $14,000 from the hospital due to misdiagnosis and mishandling of her case. The closing of the case by the police happened quietly without telling Zhu Ling's family, which only added to their tragedy and suspicions. Zhu Ling lived until she was 50 years old before passing away. Unfortunately, the person responsible for her condition was never brought to justice. Hello friends, welcome to my channel. Today I'm going to present to you another disturbing case, the case of Paige Bergfeld. The discovery of Paige Bergfeld's car marked the beginning. On that day, a red Ford Focus belonging to the missing Paige was found. However, the location where the car was found and its condition raised big questions and suspicions. The vehicle was in a remote area Paige rarely visited. Moreover, it was completely on fire, suggesting that something alarming and unusual had happened. The county district attorney looked at the case closely. His first findings showed the fire around the car was set on purpose. This conclusion was supported by the fact that nothing else had burned nearby. The strange incident involving Paige Bergfeld's car turned out to be just the start of an even more complicated story. June 28, 2007, is a date forever marked in the memories of Paige's family and friends. On that ordinary day, Paige left her children with a friend, Carol Linderholm, early in the morning. Everything seemed normal. No one expected trouble or imagined what was soon to happen. Paige, a responsible mother, always called or came to pick up her children on time. However, when Paige did not return to pick up her children, friends and relatives tried contacting her but got no response. 8-year-old Jazz, her oldest child, took the lead in searching for his missing mother. After sending several messages to her phone without any reply, Jazz insisted on searching with Carol. They went to the police station where Jazz reported his mom hadn't returned for her. The community was shocked by her mysterious disappearance, and many were eager to help in her search. So, a huge public search operation started to bring this young woman back to her children and loved ones. That same day, Frank Bergfeld, Paige's father, got a call from an official with the sheriff's department. The message was short and shocking. His daughter had disappeared. Frank quickly realized something serious was wrong. He tried to contact Paige, but there was no answer. Left with no other choice, Frank called his oldest son, Craig, who lived on the other side of the country. Without a moment's delay, Craig bought a one-way ticket and arrived in town, ready to help in the search for his sister. Family and friends joined efforts with police and volunteers to start a massive search operation. People from various neighborhoods gathered to look for Paige, carefully combing the surrounding areas and checking every possible corner where any trace of her could be found. The police began by looking at Paige's history with her loved ones to see if they had any part in her disappearance. Naturally, authorities turned their attention to Paige's relationship with her first husband, Howard Bigler. Paige and Howard's relationship went back to her high school years. After graduating from high school, Paige enrolled in the nursing program at the University of Florida, where she met a young man named Howard Bigler. Their mutual liking led them to start. After successfully getting her nursing degree, Paige returned to Colorado, where she kept living with her family. In 1995, after some time passed, she married Howard Bigler. At first glance, they seemed a happy couple. They shared many interests and views on life. Nonetheless, there was one big split. Paige wanted to have children and start a family, while Howard did not share this wish. This basic disagreement sparked several arguments and many talks. Attempts at compromise failed repeatedly, so in 1997 they decided it best to part ways through divorce. Even with this separation, their bond remained strong enough that the former spouses continued being friends. Later on, Paige married Rob Dixon, but that marriage also ended in divorce. After her divorce from Rob, Paige reconnected with Howard once more. Howard claimed he was among the last people to see Paige alive on the 28th of that month. They met up in Eagle County, Colorado, for personal business. They spent Thursday together. The former spouses then returned to their cities. Howard confirmed that they kept talking by phone after the meeting. Upon learning of Paige's disappearance, Howard immediately called emergency services. While speaking to the operator, he shared his concern and belief that something terrible had happened to Paige. The phone recording was backed up by cell tower data showing that the day Paige disappeared, Howard was in the Denver, Colorado area, which is several hours away from where she vanished. This gave police officers reason to take Howard off the list of suspects. Police began to look at Paige's relationship with her second husband, Rob Dixon, and quickly found many events that raised questions and needed more investigation. It turned out that during their marriage, Paige had reported Rob to the police twice for harassment. After her divorce from her first husband, Paige took a job at a strip club in Denver, where she met Rob Dixon. The man was wealthy and had inherited a large fortune through his family's business. Having fallen in love with each other, Paige and Rob did not hesitate and got married in 1998. The family settled in a luxurious home in Colorado, where Paige fulfilled her dream of becoming a mother. A few years later, the couple had 3 children, who became the most important thing in her life. The first years of marriage seemed happy, as Paige and Rob were deep in a world of luxury, leading a well-off lifestyle. However, and quite suddenly, things began to fall apart due to money problems Rob faced. Some of his family's businesses had serious issues, and as a result, the money situation in the family got so bad that Rob was forced to file for bankruptcy. The financial crash led to a deep family crisis. By 2004, tensions had grown so much that Paige contacted emergency services twice. The first time, she reported that Rob had threatened to kill her and their children, but by the time the police arrived, both claimed to have fixed their issues on their own. A year later, another incident happened that was very different. Paige reported Rob for assault, claiming he hit her while she was holding their youngest child. This time, Rob was arrested and charged with third-degree assault. He eventually pleaded guilty to 1 count of molestation, but the trial was dismissed, and Rob avoided jail time. The relationship between husband and wife kept getting worse, leading them to separate. Rob later moved to Pennsylvania. Investigators interviewed him to check his alibi for the day Paige disappeared. Rob said he was at home and could not have hurt Paige. Despite the separation, Rob joined the search effort and was very active in trying to find Paige. Investigating officers left no stone unturned in their quest to find clues that might solve this mysterious case and find the missing mother. One of the first steps involved a careful check of Paige's car. Since arson is often used to destroy possible evidence, experts thoroughly checked the vehicle and found valuable information. For instance, the driver's seat had been pushed back as far as it would go, suggesting that a tall man had driven it last. Given Paige's shorter height, she couldn't have reached the pedals from that position. Also, they found Paige's notebook in the trunk of the car, with several pages torn out covering June 26th through June 29th. A few days after the burning car was found, a driver stopped on a highway southeast of town due to tire problems. A nearby checkbook caught his eye. He quickly reported it to the authorities. As they checked that section of the road, they also found medical records, insurance cards, and other items belonging to Paige. Sergeant Weir noticed that several pages from the checkbook had been torn out, and the items were scattered over a large distance. Most importantly, a business card found at the scene became key to looking again at the investigation. It was revealed that Paige led a secret life unknown to her loved ones. The business card showed she worked as an escort. This discovery challenged all earlier ideas about Paige Bergfeld's disappearance. From that point forward, police officers faced previously unimaginable situations. After her divorce, Paige realized she needed to work hard and earn enough to provide for her children and meet their needs. She started a children's clothing business while also teaching dance lessons and selling kitchen supplies for a company. Despite her busy schedule, Paige always made time for her children, attended parent-teacher association meetings, and stayed active in school groups. However, this new discovery by the police turned everything known before upside down. It turned out she had been living a completely secret life with another phone, used only for professional activities related to her job as an escort. This phone became essential in solving the complex mystery that even Paige's close friends and family couldn't have imagined. Investigators were now faced with many questions. Why did such a devoted mother and successful businesswoman decide to live this double life? How was this secret job connected to her disappearance? All these questions became a priority in the investigation, adding layers of complexity and intrigue. Using the cell phone found in Paige's car, detectives got a list of contacts and calls made and received in the hours before her disappearance. The last call from that phone was made on June 28th around 9:00 p.m. After looking at this information, 7 people were identified as suspects. One of them was Lester Ralph Jones. Investigators paid special attention to Jones due to his criminal history, which included violence against women and kidnapping. For one incident, he served 5 years in prison. But that wasn't all that alerted the police. A white car matching the description given by Carol, Paige's friend, also raised suspicion. Carol shared important details with detectives. She told of a day when Paige approached her car and noticed another white car blocking her driveway. Annoyed, she got behind the wheel to drive out but ended up hitting the other vehicle. The unknown driver immediately drove off. With this information, investigators guessed that Lester might have been obsessed with Paige and possibly following her. More digging showed that Lester Jones had tried to set an appointment with Paige the day before she disappeared. When questioned, Lester denied knowing anything about Paige's disappearance and gave fingerprints and DNA samples. However, many suspicious items were found in his home: a disposable cell phone, men's wigs, a sheet with an escort services phone number, and women's lingerie in various sizes. Particular attention was given to the disposable cell phone found at Lester's home. Analysis of call records from Paige's cell phone showed that on the day she went missing, someone tried contacting her many times from an unregistered number. When questioned further, Lester said he didn't own a second cell phone, showing he lied to police. Police found that the phone had been bought at a supermarket on North Avenue. Store video footage confirmed that Lester was indeed the buyer of that disposable cell phone. When he was shown the video footage, he refused to admit that was him. As a result of all this, Lester Jones became the main suspect in Paige's disappearance. With no solid evidence pointing to his guilt, the police followed him and tried to find Paige's body to have enough evidence to press charges. The case was put on hold for several years. Meanwhile, the young woman's family and loved ones were lost in grief. No one knew what had happened to the young mother, and the search seemed hopeless. As time went on, the hope that Paige would be found alive was fading. That all changed in 2012 when a hiker accidentally found human remains in a ravine among rocks and bushes in Delta County. The find was made very close to the road, where Page's personal things had been found 5 years earlier. Experts who arrived on the scene were almost sure that it was the body of the young mother. The experts ran a DNA test, and the results confirmed that it was Paige. She was found, but it was a grim end to her story. The exact cause of death could not be determined due to the condition of the body. However, it was found that Paige had been hit many times, as several of her bones were broken, especially the bones in her face. As a result, it was decided that she died from injuries suffered during the beating. This information added to the horrific drama of the story. Paige's body was underground and, due to years of soil erosion, ended up on the surface. This may explain why she was not found earlier. Lester Ralph Jones's case stopped for several years. After Paige's remains were found in November 2014, he was charged with kidnapping, first-degree murder, and second-degree murder. However, the trial didn't begin until July 2016 and lasted 22 days. Prosecutors argued that Lester, who already had a history of violence against women, was upset at not being able to see Paige after trying to get an appointment with her. The main witness for the prosecution was Lester's ex-wife, Lisa. She told how he kidnapped and threatened to kill her at gunpoint in the late 1990s. Lisa found it hard to accept her decision to end the relationship. On multiple occasions, once he attacked the couple with a gun in hand. Sadly, Lisa's partner was shot in the head. A month later, Lester threatened her again, telling her she might end up at the bottom of a lake. Luckily, Lisa managed to escape and contacted the police. This led to Lester's arrest on charges of kidnapping and assault. Lester's defense lawyers argued that the police had held an innocent man. They suggested that other clients of Paige could have had reasons for the crime. However, they did not give convincing evidence linking others to the murder. Lester's current wife also testified before the jury. Even though she knew he used an escort service, she did not leave him because of her faith. Still, she didn't give him an alibi, and even identified him from a surveillance video at a supermarket where he bought a disposable phone. On September 9, 2016, the jury couldn't reach a unanimous verdict in the first trial, leading it to be called a mistrial. However, the district attorney was firm in believing Lester's guilt and didn't give up. Over several days, he carefully rechecked all evidence. On November 21, 2016, after thoroughly reviewing all of it, the jury reached the verdict. Lester was found guilty of all charges related to Paige's death. The judge sentenced him to life in prison without parole. Although the defense appealed this sentence, an appeals court panel upheld it in June 2022 and confirmed Lester's guilt. Paige's final goodbye took place on April 28, 2012. Her obituary described her as a beautiful and radiant woman whose smile could be compared to the sun. Her tragic loss deeply affected her family and friends. Her 3 children were orphaned and lost their main support and encouragement. Paige's case drew public attention and lasted many years. Still, law enforcement and relatives kept going tirelessly until justice was finally served. Lester Ralph Jones was found guilty and sentenced to life in prison without parole. Now he won't be able to harm anyone else. Paige's story shows why it's vital to fight for justice no matter how long it takes or how much effort is needed. Her memory will forever stay in the hearts of those who knew and loved her.